taking longer to get deputies here than just to ask them to leave, so. It'll be good. We'll come back and we'll call deputies now. But they won't.
That was exciting.
It worked out all right. Yeah, maybe I'll have them. No, I appreciate it.
They are.
Joel, can we get Ray out over here, please? Okay. Okay, calling the meeting back to order. So we're on to the public hearing. Item 1, it's 9:59. If we could have Steve Loop, our Public Works Director.
All right, good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair Hernandez. We are here to discuss an appeal to a Planning Commission decision that occurred on May the 18th of this year. And before I go into details, I'm going to show you the location of the project, or the appellant has built a solar farm, just so we can kind of get our bearings here. So it's blocked a little bit on the bottom, but where it says Board of Supervisors down there, that's actually Buena Vista Road as you head westerly out of Hollister towards Highway 156. And as you can see on the top part of this slide, there is a solar farm that exists today. So rewinding back to 2014, the appellant went through the Planning Commission process and was granted approval to construct the solar farm on a 39-acre piece of parcel, or 39-acre size of parcel, and that is the smaller shape on the left of those two images. So the area in red is the area owned by the appellant, but the two parcels down below were part of the overall parcel. So it started out at 39 acres. It became 29 and 5.2 and 5.2. So all of the parcels were greater than 5 acres for that minor subdivision. One of the conditions for that subdivision to be constructed, or the solar facility to be constructed and the subdivision to be permitted, was that the frontage, the full frontage, which is approximately 640 feet along Buena Vista, be improved to standards that essentially applied to lots that were less than 5 acres, and specifically pavement widening along Buena Vista was required, along with curb, gutter, and sidewalk. However, the conditions in the code at that time stated that if your parcels were 5 acres or more, then you would simply be required to widen the pavement and provide some drainage improvements. At that time, for those improvements, the appellant chose to provide a security cash deposit in excess of $500,000 in lieu of constructing the roadway improvements, which is typical for this type of process. Typically, the applicant will either be required to construct the improvements or provide security to the county, and then the county has that security and they have the option to construct those improvements. The appellant chose to provide the cash deposit at that time. In 2018, the appellant approached the Planning Commission with a second project, and that's the image on the right, where the 29 acres were going to be split into essentially 20 acres and 5 and 5. I'm rounding, but everything was over 5 acres. So for that 30-acre parcel, it was essentially 20 and 5 and 5 in 2018. And that was a tentative map that was submitted through the Planning Commission, which is, when you submit a tentative map, you're asking for entitlements. It's a planning approval. And for that planning approval in 2018, the same condition for the roadway frontage was stated. Matter of fact, it was stated, the condition, and it was condition number 17 in 2018, said essentially, we will approve and we will comply with the condition number 2015 that occurred 4 years previously. So essentially, at that time, the appellant said, we agree with the conditions that were approved back in 2014. And that is kind of where the status of the project is today. So there was no appeal sought in either 2014 or 2018 of that roadway frontage condition. Subsequent to that, in 2020, there was discussions with the previous county engineer regarding the validity of that condition and whether or not it should have been applicable to lots that were 5 acres or less, which was, the condition was applied, in 2014 and 2018 for lots that were 5 acres or less. The appellant went to the county engineer and there were some discussions that was incorrectly applied, and therefore we think we should, long story short, and I won't get into this because it's some legalese, but there was a deferred improvement agreement that was coordinated between the county engineer and the appellant that in the future, if the lots were divided to be smaller, then those improvements would be required. So at that time, with that coordination going on with the county, the appellant asked for the original cash deposit to be returned to them. That was denied. A month ago, the appellant presented the same item to the Planning Commission on May 18th. And the Planning Commission reviewed these conditions and the request, which was to change the condition to apply to lot sizes that are larger than 5 acres, which they are today. The Planning Commission on May 18th denied that request, and so the appellant elevated the appeal to this Board of Supervisors. So staff is now providing 3 options to the Board of Supervisors. Obviously, one option is stated at the bottom, and the Board of Supervisors can choose to deny this request to change the condition to apply to lots that are 5 acres or more. A second option, and I'll use, if you look in the middle option first, because it's more of an apples and apples option, staff is recommending that the condition be changed to apply to the full frontage, again, of 640 feet, similar to the original condition, but that the conditions be revised to apply to lots that are rural standards, 5 acres or more. So that would be an apples and apples approval of this request to the Board of Supervisors. Now, if the board were to choose that condition, the applicant again would have a choice of either doing a bond or to construct the improvements. And it is possible that the county would be provided with a bond, a lower amount obviously than the original bond, because they won't be constructing curb, gutter, and sidewalk. And the county would have that bond in its possession. Now, there is not a lot of reasons at this time for the county to widen that piece of roadway that's not connected to anything on the north side of the road currently. It's just, there's farmland on both sides, and so we wouldn't exercise a bond and actually install those improvements today, because over time they will just essentially denigrate, and there's just no use to have that one widening piece along that frontage today. However, if either of those two parcels, the smaller 5-acre parcels, were to propose some improvements in ADU, or if some nearby subdivisions were to develop, then we could exercise that bond and install the widening of the road. That's why we actually have a second option, that if the board so chooses, to not quite do an apples and apples change of condition, and that would be to widen the 60-foot frontage of the solar facility, the appellant's property that they currently own. And for clarification, the appellant does not own the other two 5-acre parcels. They only own the larger parcel. So if you were to change a condition to apply to just their frontage, the 60-foot frontage, there would be a higher likelihood that those improvements would be constructed by the appellant, because they're obviously quite a bit less expensive. And I will pause there and actually just lay out a couple things. So the current frontage today, there is a driveway that was constructed and installed for the solar facility, and was actually part of the permitting process when the solar facility was constructed and completed in 2014. December 2014 is when the solar facility was built, and that's what exists today. And that would be just the frontage of the appellant's property to be widened. And if you just look as you go down the road, the few more poles going down the road, that would be the full frontage of the property. And we have a plan view here as well. So that's the 60-foot frontage for the solar farm and the appellant's property. And that would be the full 640-foot frontage. That includes the other two parcels that are owned by other property owners. And so I will pause for questions, noting that the appellant might be online and wanting to have their own application that they submitted. And I will pause here for questions, but I think the appellant has their own presentation that they would like to show the board. So,
Before I go to the board, if I can get the clerk to go to public comment, please.
Members, if you'd like to provide a comment, please provide a speaker card. Via Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no comments.
And Chair Hernandez, I think the appellant is online perhaps, and
Can we check?
yes, yes, Michael Malone, that's correct. So I will switch when you think it's appropriate to their presentation.
If we can go to the presentation of the appellant, please.
Okay, I'll switch it. All right, and if you'd like to introduce yourself, and I can forward the slides if you like.
Thanks, Steve. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Great. Thank you to the board for allowing us the opportunity to present our side of the story. I don't think we did a good enough job at the planning commission level to give the history, so I do appreciate the opportunity to do it today. I think Steve did a good job of the history. So, Steve, if you want to just fast forward to slide number 4, and I can go into a little bit more detail than Steve did.
Okay, if you can pause just a moment, please. Okay, there we go. We're on the executive summary. Is that the slide that you would like to discuss?
Let's go 2 more.
The history with the highlight in yellow?
One back.
Okay. We're on history?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you. So, as Steve mentioned, we are a solar developer, and we built that facility towards the end of 2014, and the permit process started back in 2013. In order to have those permits granted, we were told by the county engineer at the time that we had to agree to what I'm going to refer to as the urban density standard of roadway improvements, which really is only applicable to lots that are smaller than 5 acres, which is not the case for us. At the time, we were under a tight schedule to actually build the facility. We have a power purchase agreement with PSE&G that required us to build it by the end of 2014. And when we were told by the county that this was what we needed to do, we took them at their word and we agreed to it. It was only until several years later that we found out when a new county engineer, Roger Grimsley, was hired. When we started speaking with him about implementing these roadway improvements, he explained to us that the wrong standard had been applied previously by the prior county engineer. So we started working with him to figure out what we could do to correct that mistake that had been made. And that ultimately resulted a couple years ago in an agreement that was entered into by the county and us called the deferred, I'll refer to it as the Deferred Improvement Agreement. Steve, you can go to the next slide. So the most important part, I think, of this whole process and this whole appeal, certainly, and what improvements should have been required at the time and what can be done now, it's really this highlighted language from the Deferred Improvement Agreement, which says that it's been determined that the deferral of the improvements to such time as the properties are developed to an urban density that requires said improvements, and these improvements can incorporate the future as yet unknown locations of street intersections, utility lines, etc. That's really the crux of this issue. Not only was the wrong standard applied to us from the beginning, as Steve Luke just mentioned, currently there's really no reason to make any of these improvements, whether it's the urban density standard or the lesser rural standard at the time being now, because we just don't know what's going on at that location. So you have the prior county engineer, Roger Grimsley, putting this in an actual agreement that the county signed, and now you have Steve Luke essentially reiterating the same argument. So we signed this agreement, the Deferred Improvement Agreement, with 2 things in mind. One was to just apply the correct standard as to what really should be built there, and 2 was to get our money back for the cash deposit that had been applied for the urban density improvements, which never should have been asked for. You can go to the next slide, Steve. And that's just the same language, so you can go to the next slide. This is just the signature page of the agreement, signed by the county engineer, as well as signed by county council. And that's important because shortly after this agreement was signed, we went to the county and asked for our money back, which was, the point of this agreement. and we were told by the RMA that this deferred improvement agreement was outside of the scope of the authority of the county to sign, which didn't make a lot of sense to us considering that county council signed off on the legal form of it. And you can go to the next slide, Steve. So yeah, when we didn't get our money back and we got a letter explaining why we were not getting our money back, we didn't feel we had much of a choice as to what we could do to get that money back. So we filed a lawsuit against the county, which was essentially a breach of contract lawsuit. And simultaneously, we reached out to the county again to say, hey, what can we do here to get the right standard applied? And we've been working with the county ever since. And that path forward was going back to the Planning Commission to get an amendment to clean up the record, to make the permits that were issued match up with the deferred improvement agreement. So everyone would be on the same page. You can go to the next slide, Steve. So we went before the Planning Commission with that in mind, which we thought, was going to be an administrative approval, just to, again, clean up the record to match the terms of the deferred improvement agreement, which the county signed to the permits, to amend the permits. And there was no discussion at all during that Planning Commission hearing as to either that agreement that we signed with the county or the litigation. And like, as I said earlier, that was kind of on us. That was us being unfamiliar with the process before the Planning Commission. And we should have done a better job at presenting our side of the story, and we didn't. So I do appreciate the opportunity to do that today. And you can go to the next slide, which I think is the final one. So we are requesting today that the board clean up the record and reverse the Planning Commission's decision. That right now there's an obvious tension or dichotomy between what the county side signed in the deferred improvement agreement and what's in the actual permits. Reversing the Planning Commission will, again, clean up the record and apply the correct road improvement standard. And that will lead, hopefully, to a resolution of the litigation. And that's the end of my presentation, and I am open to any questions that the board might have.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board. Are any questions or comments? We already did public comment, didn't we? Yeah, we did.
Mr. Chair, just a
Further,
quick question. And I spoke to Steve about this previously, but just to be clear, if we make a decision to go forward with approving this appeal, whether we do whichever frontage, am I right that then the cash would be returned as part of that decision, or is that a separate decision? And then would it also mean that we would require a bond in lieu of the cash? And I know it's a lesser amount, but is that all part and parcel with the decision we're making today?
That's correct. The original cash deposit would be returned, and the appellant would have a choice of either constructing improvements along the full frontage or 60, depending on what the board chooses, or providing another bond. So that would happen. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a question and then a couple comments. I don't know if you want me to go all in all, or are we coming back?
If you want to make your question first, and then we can go to comments. So we can have
So just to clarify again, how many owners have there been on this particular project?
Let's see, there's the original owner, and I don't know the two current owners. I do know the solar farm. Michael, you can correct me. I think they've been the consistent owner through the process, but I don't know the two owners today.
But the ownership has changed through the years, basically.
I don't know the answer to that, actually. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? My question is what was I mean, 2014 was the first expectation, right, for the condition of approval, so to apply those conditions. So what was the time and the resources spent on this process up to today? I mean, I know it's probably a hard question to answer because you probably didn't put it together, but there was time and spent, right? So to a certain extent, we're asking for forgiveness, and what is the reimbursement of the time and energy spent from the county side?
Yeah, that's correct. And it's just part of the process that is, an application process, and conditions, can be appealed, and it's just part of the process. So we don't really track that. You're correct, Supervisors.
There was two options, so now we can go into discourse. Any thoughts, Supervisor Kozmicki?
To the chair, through the chair, if I may, just to clarify. The county engineer has the authority to defer improvements, to enter into a deferred improvement agreement. The county engineer does not have the authority to vary the conditions of approval that were originally approved by the Planning Commission. So in order to do that, the property owner or the project applicant had to apply to the Planning Commission to amend the conditions of approval to what we apparently agree is the correct standard, the standard that would apply for projects with parcels over 5 acres in size. So I'm not sure how clear that was to the Planning Commission when the hearing was held. Again, the appellant acknowledges that they perhaps didn't carry their burden at that level, but so really it's a question of going back to the Planning Commission, or again appealing to this board to correct, to apply the right improvement standard.
But to your point, there was two opportunities to be able to fix the issue.
That's right. They could have appealed the erroneous standard in 2014 or again in 2018, and they didn't within that time frame. So they would have to make a new application to amend the conditions of approval, which they did, and it was denied by the Planning Commission and is now on appeal to this board.
So now, Supervisor Kozmicki?
Sure, I'll go first.
Thank you, Joel.
Yeah, this is obviously a complicated issue. What's really sticking with me is that it's a one-sided story, and we're missing the context from 2014 and 2018. That we have new staff members here, new county council that's opining, and we don't have the county engineer's rationale from 2014 or 2018. We don't have the Planning Commission's rationale from years ago. It's 8 years have gone by, and I just, the applicant, it's almost like a bait and switch to me. Clearly they have a motivation. It's financial, but at the same time, the deal's a deal, and the deal was made. They could have appealed it twice, and I am sticking with the Planning Commission's decision on this. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Very rarely do I agree with you, Supervisor Kozmicki, but I wholeheartedly do. In terms of the legal sense, the appellant applied for a project. They accepted conditions pursuant to that project. They received the benefit of the bargain, and now through errors, it seems like on both sides they failed to appeal. We failed to apply the right standard, but there were couple of opportunities for them to right the ship. And so we've been accused up here as a board of not holding developers up to a standard for the developer agreement. I'm going to kind of stand fast on this one and agree with Supervisor Kozimicki that we need to hold them to the standard, and I will agree with the Planning Commission's findings.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to argue the other side. I feel that should they have appealed in those two opportunities, 2014 and 2018, ideally, yes, although as they presented, there may have been circumstances to why they didn't do that at the time. But the reality is that assuming we take our county engineer, Roger Grimsley, as well as what we're hearing today from our interim RMA director, the standards that were applied were incorrect. And so they should not have been applied in this case. And we are where we are today, and I see no reason not to apply the correct standards today. I do believe that we should approve the appeal. I could go for either one of the options as far as approving the appeal, although I would lean toward the full 640 frontage, because that is what the Planning Commission agreed to, and the only mistake was the standard, applying the standard of below 5 acres versus above 5 acres. So again, I would vote to approve the appeal, and I would lean toward the 640-foot frontage, return the money, but then require a bond from the applicant for the future work to be done. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks, any comments?
I see both sides of this issue, and I think in this particular case, and I heard what you said, Supervisor Gonzalez, about holding people accountable to the agreements that have been made. That resonated with me, and I feel strongly about that. However, in the same turn, Supervisor Tiffany, you also made a case which is kind of where I stood to begin with, which is, it seems like there was an error made from the gate, on this, and that we have the opportunity to correct that. And so it feels to me like this is the fair thing to do, and compromise in that way. So I fully support everything Supervisor Tiffany just said with the 640-foot road frontage and the bond piece of it as well.
So I'll keep it simple. Yeah, this project had a lot of time to be addressed, and being the fact that there's so much money involved in the process, there should have been definitely a lot more due diligence on the county side. The issue was basically addressed, and ultimately the applicant had an opportunity to change. So at the end of the day, I think I need to support the Planning Commission. That's why they're there. They did the deep dive. So so I can get a motion for this, right? In the public hearing, we get a motion for the item. What would that motion be, County Council?
It would be to approve one of the three resolutions that have been prepared, and so if the motion is to deny the appeal and sustain the decision of the Planning Commission, it would be the resolution that it was prepared for that purpose.
Okay. So, can I get a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll move that we uphold the Planning Commission's decision on this item as described.
Okay. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? I'm waiting for the,
No.
okay, 3-2. Supervisor Dirks and Tiffany opposing. Thank you. So on to public hearing item number 2, RMA.
good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to bring to you, hopefully for adoption today, our zoning code update. I have here Eric Norris. You met him at our last board meeting. So we took your comments from the last board meeting. We met with some of you as well, and so we're going to kind of go over, some of those things as we went back and looked at it, and hopefully clarify any questions you had. In addition, the first slide that I would like to just go over, there was some questions about the roles of Planning Commission and what they do. So I just very briefly wanted to kind of, go over what that is. So it consists of 5 members. They're appointed by your board. It's required that they hold public hearings, 1 per month. And then there's different duties that the Planning Commission has. Some is that they are a recommending body, so they recommend to the Board of Supervisors, and the decision body is the board. They also, per the board, have some duties where they actually are the approving body for different decision makings. And so Eric will go in a little bit more detail, but just a few, they review and recommend for master general plans or development agreements. They review and recommend for zoning code regulations or zoning amendments. But they're the approving body for subdivision maps, variances, use permits, and those kind. And then again, the board may also direct additional responsibilities assigned to it from time to time. And it is within the board's purview to, change those responsibilities. And so that would be kind of a separate, item than today, but just a brief overview. All right.
Thank you, Errol. And Mr. Chair, members of the board, thanks again for listening to us. Errol mentioned that there are a whole variety of things in the code, bunch of processes that are set up. What's up on the slide here is a summary of what those are. Just go briefly through those. Development plan review, which is the review of new development projects, basically the buildings, site improvements. Depending on what size that is, that's either a staff, a planning commission, or a board level approval. There are administrative use permits, which are a staff level approval, conditional use permits at the planning commission, temporary use permits and temporary event permits at a staff level, a crowing fowl permit, which is a really interesting thing. I see this in cities and counties up and down the state. I've never done one, but you've got it. That's a staff level permit. Minor modifications, which are minor changes from development standards at a staff level, variances at the planning commission, reasonable accommodation at a staff level, zoning clearance at a staff level, revocation and modification of permits at either staff, planning commission, or board, changes of zones, and zoning code amendments up at the board level. So in a nutshell, that's kind of all the different types of approvals that are laid out in your code. And I think, as I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, this is very standard, the kinds of things that you're looking at here. We did, by the way, Errol mentioned it, after last week's meeting and some of the discussion about the status of the Planning Commission, we did go back and check. I had one of my staff look at the websites for all the counties in the state. And every county has a Planning Commission, and in every county where the Planning Commission is someone different than the board. They are members who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. So again, you're right there with every other county in the state in having your own appointed Planning Commission. So if there are no questions about that, there were some other things that came up at the meeting a couple of weeks ago that we just wanted to touch base on. There was a question about minor subdivisions and a question about were they 10 units or less. May have been just a bit of confusion in there. There are 2 kinds of subdivisions that are outlined in both state law and in your county code. There are parcel maps, which are called minor, and tract maps, which are called major. Parcel maps are anything up to 4 lots, and 5 and above is a tract map. Now, in your development code, you have a development review process. So if you're coming in for a tract with, you're going to build production homes of up to 10 homes. I think that may be where that 10 number came from. You go through something called minor development reviews. That's a staff level review again. And what that means is if you're building 10 tract homes, Staff looks at the design of those homes and has a dialogue with the applicant to try and make sure that the design is consistent with your standards. Anything bigger than that, so a tract of 11 homes or 100 homes, would go to the Planning Commission as a major development review. So I think that may be where that 10 number came from. There was also a question about 20 homes, 20 homes per acre in one of our zoning districts, and how could you do that with single-family homes? That's a great comment because you really can't. But what we did do is we inadvertently left out some wording in the zoning code. So your general plan requires actually in certain zones that you hit a higher density. So what we said here in the R1 zone, if you're doing a project of more than 5 units where public water and sewer are available, you have to meet density requirements for the RM designation. And in that case, you can have different kinds of units, not just single family. So that was a good catch, and we appreciate that because now we've got that wording back in the code. There was a question about hotel approval, which we had talked about with staff, doing at a staff level. Hotel approval in agricultural zones. Based on the comments, we went back and talked again with Arrow and her staff and said, well, let's just make that a conditional use permit at the Planning Commission. So you have a more complete hearing process and notification to adjoining property owners, et cetera. So that's a change that we would suggest. There was a question about food truck parking, which is also a good comment, to have at least some guidance in the zoning code now that we have regulations for them about where they should park. So we've added the yellow highlighted text at the bottom of the screen there that just says food trucks shall be parked safely and out of the public right-of-way. So we don't want you parking a food truck on the street. Get out of the public right-of-way in a safe location. And that's really all the changes from the last meeting. We do appreciate the time that a number of you took to talk with us about your other questions on the code. Hopefully we've addressed all those. Obviously, if there are any others, we can deal with those. But again, your Planning Commission did recommend back in June that you adopt the code as presented. We would say if you do want to adopt the code today, that your motion would include making those additional changes that we discussed about in those various sections of the code. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Before I go to the board, if we can get public comment, please.
Via Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, please provide a speaker card. Speaker, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas, good morning. I would hope that the entire board would not make any changes to the Planning Commission's ability to vote, to make decisions, and have any authority on what happens in San Benito County. Those people do a lot of work and they don't get paid. They do it because they believe in what they're doing. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of research, and it's definitely a lot of time. Just like you as an individual supervisor take time on an agenda item, they also take the time. They go out to the sites at times, just like you do. And it is a non-rewarding monetary job that is done because they believe that they're doing the right thing. Sometimes we agree to disagree on either you sitting there as a supervisor or as a planning commissioner. But at the end of the day, they do what they follow the policy, and they do and follow the rules for what they think is the right decision. And taking away any kind of authority would actually hinder your position as a supervisor, because now you're going to have to be doing more work, because the work that's been done by the Planning Commission will now have to be done by you if you're trying to take any kind of authority from them. So please do not consider taking any authority from any Planning Commission. They're there as a buffer between the developers, the community, and then they get to you, and a lot of work has been done before you guys can make the final decision. Regardless of whether you have the planning commissioner or not, and there's a supervisor who thinks that they have too much authority, you have the final say so on what the planning commission does. You just did that in the prior agenda item. You went and you decided that what the planning commission did, and there was 2 of you that didn't, but there was 3 of you that did. And that's democracy. And I wish that you continue to allow the commissioners to stay as it is. Thank you very much.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Eglin, a past planning commissioner. And what I wanted to add to what Elias Salinas has just stated is that the planning commissioners go through trainings. They stay closely aligned with policies of the state planning commissions, the Office of Planning and Research, and all of that information that they carry with them into their position, is the aid that the whole county and the Board of Supervisors needs, an educated eye looking at the projects and working with the staff and the council there in their chambers. So definitely the Board of Supervisors needs to, and I believe do, support their commissioners and the processes therein. So thank you very much.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Is there any discussion or questions?
I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
First off, totally appreciate staff's willingness to look back at some of the items that I brought up on the 20 homes per acre jumped out. Obviously, there was something that needed to be addressed. The hotels and motels, administrative approval, thank you. That's been a big problem down the road with the community and potential issues there. Not that I'm against hotels, because I'm for hotels. I think we need more, and particularly, like I said, that what really came to mind for me was the 2007 or so, the Spur Hotel, and that was a big deal, and that could have been just approved by a staff member. So my question though is the other one that I brought up aside from the planning commission thing, and thank you for the education, the food trucks, and I'm just curious still about food trucks. I just want to make sure that's at least on the radar, that we have sort of a very general comment in there about food trucks being allowed, and I'm for that as well. I think that's fantastic. I'm just concerned a little bit if there's not language somewhere about, distance from highways, roads. We've seen some food trucks that pull off right off the highway. I think of Highway 156 at Union. I've seen some over there and so I'm just wondering if, I just want to at least put that out there again, and maybe it's not a question, but is that something that can be looked at least at some point as far as just from a safety element? Or is that, I guess, are there already rules on the books sort of in some other fashion that would just, prohibit food trucks from being 5-10 feet off the highway, sort of a thing?
Yeah, I don't know if you have standards already on the books, but I think that's certainly something that planning and public works and possibly even the sheriff can talk about. Now that you have a process to allow food trucks, I think you could do something like come up with a brochure, like here's how to operate a food truck in the county, and that could incorporate things about how to safely park it and where to put it, and best practices about how to do that.
Okay.
I think you could certainly do that, whether you're reflecting an existing standard or coming up with guidance for that.
Okay, I'm not against it. I just want to make sure that we're covering that so that we're not, and then
So it could be an
liability
amendment
issues.
going forward, but.
Yeah, I don't
separate
want to
from
hold
this.
up the process
Yep.
today.
Yeah. In addition, I just wanted to add that they would, have to submit an application, and they'd have to show us where they're going to be putting the truck. And so as part of, unless they're meeting the exemptions where they're only, going to be there for a few hours. But if it's actually somewhere that are going to be parked regularly, then we do have, and it gets vetted through Public Works, it gets vetted through Fire, Environmental Health. And so there would be checks and balances just in the application process.
Okay. And then the other two issues, Planning Commission, I just wanted to at least have a conversation. I'm not stuck one way or the other. The subdivision map approval, I know that can be an issue of people aren't paying attention, there might not be an appeal from, the developers are gonna appeal if it's a no. If it's a yes, that's when you don't normally see appeals, necessarily. I'm not stuck on that. I'm hoping that can still be a point of discussion going forward. The one that I am stuck on a little bit is the what I brought up about the minor subdivisions being 10 versus the 5.
There's still 4. A minor is still 4 lots.
Yeah.
It just now gets into, if you're building production homes on the lots, anything up to 10 homes is called a minor development review. So it's a review of the homes, not the subdivision.
So would that be at a staff level, or would that be at a, because it sounded to me like when you were talking earlier that if it's up to 10, it would be an administrative
The review of the
approval.
homes. Yeah, the review of the homes, up to 10, it gets done at a staff level.
And that's it, yeah, and that's where I'm just kind of,
Yeah.
Can we,
So the planning commission would approve the subdivision. After it's approved, there's conditions of approval that we have to, one of them would be reviewing,
to
what kind of
clarify,
features.
Ariel, real
yeah.
quick, 5 and over is where it would still be a planning commission approval anyways, right?
So for subdivisions, all parcel maps, so 4 under minor subdivisions, 4 under 5 or more, all go to planning commission. That's the approving body, decision-making body
All
for
5 or more.
all subdivisions. Doesn't matter whether it's minor or major. What we're talking about is after it's approved, the design of the homes. Whether staff is looking at the outside, design, or whether planning commission is approving the design.
is that something that's changed in the code?
I think.
Because I thought it used to be 5, not 10, even for that standard.
And we're happy to change, I don't know what
Was it changed in this overhaul, though, I guess?
I would have to go back and look. I think we may have taken that up a little bit higher. Because if it was anything, if it was only up to 5, then at that 6th home, you're going to the planning commission. So if you're doing a tract of 6 homes or 10 homes, I think we took that up to 10, just so that the
I just wonder
threshold-
why the difference. Why would we change it at 5 for the design? Why wouldn't we just, keep it at?
You could keep it at 5 if you wanted to. So basically then, you'd be capturing almost every residential subdivision, because the residential, unless you do a parcel map for it, but that's really your call. It's not a hard and fast standard. I think we took that number just a little bit higher to give a little bit more breathing room for the small developers to only have to go through a staff approval process. So if you're building a 6-unit subdivision, or 8 or 9 or 10, you would go to staff, as opposed to, as soon as you get over 5, going up to the planning commission. That's
Yeah,
really- that's
for
really-
me, I just don't see why we would give varying levels of discretion on something like that. I just feel like we should be maybe a little more consistent there. And I'm not saying it's not a staff criticism. It's
Yeah.
just my preference.
Again, it may be a little bit confusing, because the subdivision process and then looking at the homes
The
are 2
design,
different
right,
numbers.
right.
There are 2 different processes and 2 different numbers. But it's
Gotcha.
really- it's
But the
really-
design of the home is still important.
It is, yes.
And we want to have nice looking homes. We don't want to necessarily have these track looking homes that are, robotic and cookie cutter sort of, that's the reason we go through the design process. So for me, that's one where I still would prefer to have it at just a lower level for the administrative discretion.
And we could, if you wanted to act on it today, we could approve it with that modification, that it would be changed to 5 or 6 or whatever number you would like to go back
Yeah, that
to.
would just be my request, to change it to 5 and be more consistent with the subdivision criteria.
That's fine. It's really your call.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts or questions?
Well, I know that the planning commission has spent over 6 months working on this ordinance, and I don't want to disrespect the process, and so I will accept the changes that you've suggested, but I don't want to change it any more than that.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I think, let's face it, we're just looking at this very briefly relative to the planning commission. They've spent a lot of time, I know, and the staff has spent a tremendous amount of time. You spent a tremendous amount of time. A lot of work has gone into this. So I don't see any reason to, you know, I kind of feel this is a little bit micromanaging. And I frankly don't see any reason why staff can't do just as good of a job looking at design as the Planning Commission. So anyway, I would accept the changes that are recommended, and I appreciate Supervisor Kuzmicki pointing those issues out, the 20 per acre and the hotel. I think those are really good catches. But other than that, I would be in favor of approving it with just those modifications. Thank you.
Supervisor Ricks?
Thank you again to all the work that you put in, and I appreciate you being willing and taking the time to individually meet with those of us who wanted to. And I did, so I took advantage of that, and I appreciate you answering some of my specific questions regarding that. And I too support, in the same vein, that Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Tiffany with the modifications that we see here, and all the other changes that were previously presented. That's what I would support too. I feel too, we're trying to make things easier to work. I feel that our staff is fully capable of looking, and not to say that you maybe don't think that, Supervisor Kuzmicki, but in light of trying to streamline processes, I think it's fine to allow them to look at the design of 10 homes or less.
Okay. With that note, if there's no other further comments, if we can get a...
Can I make one last, just so that there's clarity for me, for my vote?
If you want to make
Yeah,
a
just
motion,
real quick.
so that way you
I
can-
just, again, appreciate staff's time. I appreciate the board willing to compromise and staff willing to compromise in some of these other areas. So I just want to say on the record that I still would like to personally, at some point, look at, the couple of things I mentioned, but I'm also willing to support this today, to show that I'm willing to compromise with my board members and to show my appreciation to all the work that's gone into this. Thank you.
So if I can get a motion, if you want to make the motion, Supervisor?
I'll move to approve as recommended with the changes that were added to include the 20, to address the 20 single-family homes and the hotel motel administrative approval as discussed in the discussion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I just wanted to confirm that the two changes are incorporated in the text that were presented with the agenda package already, so that we're not changing language that's
No, we'll need to make that change.
not included in the package.
So we're asking for an amended motion to include...
Oh, well, perhaps Mr. Norris or Ms. Goodspeed can clarify whether or not those changes are incorporated in the text that's been submitted as part of the agenda package and the resolution.
They are not, but
the
we would take
ordinance.
that as direction to make those changes and provide you with an updated version with those changes included.
So for clarification, did we not just approve the changes that were suggested to us? Is that
I
what we
think it
did?
just, what Joel was asking is to define, like, basically where it says to include proposed amendments, repealing existing section 25.01 to 25.51 in their entirety and replacing them with an updated zoning code ordinance. So,
Yeah,
right,
but the
that's-
updated zoning code ordinance has to incorporate the two changes that have been made in response to supervisors' comments.
So do you need me to
Sections.
restate the motion to be more specific as far as the changes?
Well, what
The
I would
modifications. Because normally we wouldn't
recommend
have to
is
come
that-
all back. I mean, we've done this many times. We don't have to come back. This is what Barbara would have told us, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, well, I think, Barbara, I believe, is on the line if you want to ask her, but directly.
be
but
preferred, yeah.
But she has indicated to me in our communications that if there are changes from the text that was submitted as part of the agenda package, that those changes should be made and then brought back either this afternoon or or the matter continued to the next meeting.
Can you clarify what would be the requested motion, Joel?
Okay, so what we're doing today is adopting an ordinance we're not making, so the motion would be to adopt an ordinance subject to the changes that have been, the two changes with regard to.
Actually, 3 changes.
Or 3 changes. And so if we're adopting an ordinance, we need to have the actual text of that ordinance when we're adopting it, and that needs to be made. So I would suggest that we continue the final action on this until after lunch, and that the staff can provide us with the amended text
Okay.
Okay.
before
make it
we
simple.
formally adopt it.
And then for clarification, it's only the changes that are in this update that provided us to today.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
okay.
And we have that done. I can get that to Ariel and to you in just a few minutes. So we have that all done.
Okay, so again, can we?
Greg,
Take
yeah,
a
if you could
5-minute
chime in.
recess, and would that be enough time,
Yeah,
5-minute
if we
recess?
can get this done and then have an update
Knock
for
it
each
out.
board member, and then we could finally make a vote on it. So if I
Would
can
that-
ask for a 5-minute recess, please.
Would that be enough if you had
Now,
those
I would
files?
prefer that we continue this matter until after lunch, and I have a chance to actually see the revised text and approve that as to form before the board adopts it.
All we're looking at as a title, right?
What's that?
All we're looking at is the title.
These sentences.
Yeah, so,
No, it's not just the title. There are 3 changes to the text that,
two of
of
them
the
are already in
ordinance
here, so
that
it's
you're,
just one change.
well,
They gotta put it in.
however many, I believe the staff has
Oh, yeah.
indicated there are 3. So,
Just
and.
don't want to delay this item. So, CAO Espinoza,
It's your decision, board.
Just
If
belabored
you want
this.
to, yeah, it's totally up
Yeah.
to your board. You can wait. We can go ahead and break.
we'll give you 10 minutes, Joel.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could.
Or do you
read
want to
it and
move around,
tighten it
come
up.
back after the next item maybe, or
Yeah, that would probably be best to come back to this,
just
but it give you guys time to
next item and then?
make your changes.
Yeah, I mean.
We could do that.
Okay.
That's enough time for Ariel and for your team. to
All
go
right,
ahead
so
and
we will move this item to
just continue it to the next.
after this, the item number 3. So the only thing is we'd have to do it per clerk, right? So we'd have to have the clerk amend the agenda.
No, it's
We
it-
just
No.
continue.
simply
Yeah.
continue
Just continue it to
until-
the next
Okay.
agenda item.
Well, I just want it for the record. So, okay, we'll go on to regular agenda now. I guess I won't close the public hearing, right? I just want to make sure this is.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
Just
so
keep
we'll
it-
just keep it
the way
open.
it is. Yeah.
We're officially moving on to item number 3, the regular agenda. Health and Human Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have Nick Calvin, our HSA Deputy Director for Public Health here. He's going to be presenting this with Dr. Gail Arducci, just a COVID update, and appreciate you coming here and presenting this. Thanks, Nick.
The slides on here.
Okay, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for having us today. And Chair, we will go ahead and get started, go through kind of our most recent numbers as far as our COVID cases, our hospitalization rates, and then also give you an update on kind of what public health is doing to address the ongoing pandemic. I don't know, is Dr. Ghilarducci on the line? Excellent. Thanks to what? Dr. Ghilarducci, can you accept being a panelist? You might be able to speak and hopefully
Okay,
slides.
Thank you. I'm in now. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good, is it good afternoon or good morning, board? Thank you for having us on. Just a brief update, and Nick will be giving you some more details via PowerPoint, but just wanted to kind of give you the state of things. Of course, you know, there's a fair amount of virus that continues to circulate. We're looking at some new variants coming on. We're a little concerned about BA4 and BA5, which seem to potentially cause more severe disease, although there's still a question about that. We just need more data to understand that. But My big concern related to that issue is putting more pressure on the hospital, in particular the ICU. But we'll just need to know more as time goes by and sort of understand that. But the basic message, and I'll leave it to Nick, unless you have any questions, is that the same strategies continue to apply. Obviously, masking in indoor spaces is strongly recommended. We're also recommending, as usual, vaccination and in particular boosting. They still confer a lot of protection in terms of keeping you from getting sick, or seriously sick, I should say. Boosters, as I said, are important. And then, of course, the final line of defense is going to be therapeutics for those that are medically vulnerable who do become infected. There are treatments available that are quite effective in keeping you out of the hospital and keeping you from dying. So, Nick, is it okay if I hand it back to you?
Yeah, sure. So I'll go through some of the specifics, and then we can have some questions either throughout or at the end. So as far as our cases, you can see we have a little over 14,000. This number has gone up since we've turned in these slides. So we're still seeing a good bit of increased case rate, more so than what we would like to see, especially in the summer months when people are out. Most of the time when people are outside, unless they're at large events, they're at minimal risk of getting COVID, and so that's the benefit of the summer months. But we're still seeing an increase in cases, which is definitely concerning. As far as our hospitalization numbers, we're at 409, so we did have one additional hospitalization since these slide data. So, but the majority of those, as expected, were unvaccinated people, with the vast majority, 360, being unvaccinated, and we're still at 99 deaths, and we're hoping we stay there. But definitely lower than a lot of the counties throughout the state, but more than we would like to see here. As far as our actual vaccination rates, so our main concern is our 19 to kind of 34 population. We're around 66% vaccinated in those groups, and that's below what we would want to be. And then our kind of highest group is our 45 to 54. As expected, the older populations are getting the vaccine more than the younger populations, more than likely based off of their perceived risk and our hospitalization numbers. So we are targeting these populations, especially through social media, trying to make sure that they know when we do have these vaccination events. We continue to have vaccine available on Wednesday and Thursdays at our health department, and then obviously it's available at pharmacies and other areas. So we're still trying to get these numbers up. And we're continuing to have events and also help support. There was the migrant fair on Friday. We were not providing the COVID vaccine there because I believe San Benito Health Foundation was, but we were providing flu and also just outreach in general at that event. And so we're still continuing to try and boost those numbers, and we'll talk about what we've been doing in just a moment here. As far as our school age vaccination status, so right now for our 5 to 11 group, we're at 45%, right around 45%, which, as you can tell, is a whole lot higher than the state of California and then the national rate. So that's definitely great for us, and we're really happy about that number. But we're obviously trying to get that number to go as high as possible. And then our 12 to 17 rate is also higher than the state and the national average. And we continue to have childhood vaccine on Thursdays at our clinic as well. Just to kind of pivot to testing, and then we'll go back to vaccination. So as far as testing, we're continuing, as we talked about at our last presentation, to not only distribute the at-home test, but also provide testing at our fixed site near the hospital. And then also we have a mobile clinic that does testing. And so in the past couple months, that has been at Brigantino Park, but we are starting to cycle that between several of the communities. We realized that it was probably not the most equitable way to use our testing site to have it just in Hollister when we obviously are meant to serve the whole county. And so that's something that we took to our testing team, and we have been working to kind of get a circuit of going to San Juan Bautista, plan to use hopefully their soccer field. We'll still do a day or two at the park here in town, and then also planning on doing testing testing at the Tres Pinos School. So that should be happening kind of mid to late July, and we're just getting all of that finalized at the moment. We're going to do that for a couple months, see kind of what the turnout is, make sure that people know about our testing site and people can utilize that, and then we'll reevaluate and we'll see if there are other communities we need to go to and where we need to focus our efforts. And in addition, we are continuing to do test to treat at the OptumServe sites. I know that they've been serving a lot of people. We've had a ton of people come in and get tested and then also get treated. We've run into some hiccups along the way with it being a new program and making sure that everyone knows how it works. But I know that it's served a lot of people and that we're working through all the problems if they do come up, but to make sure that people can have access to the Paxlovid and the medication if they're eligible. And then as far as our vaccination clinics, so right now, as you guys are aware, vaccinations for the younger age groups have been approved, and so we've worked on getting that vaccine available and distributing that. So right now, we are hoping that in the next month or two, we'll see a surge in people coming in and getting their kids vaccinated, hopefully before they go off to, if they're 5, going off to school in the fall, and then obviously preschool as well, because there's a lot of kids congregated together, so it can spread quickly among those younger age groups. And so we're very excited that there's an actual vaccine available if parents do choose to get their kids vaccinated. And just to give you an update on what we've been doing as far as our vaccine efforts, especially since there is a surge and we want to make sure to minimize that, we're continuing to do PSAs on several of our television stations and also radio stations, and those have been very productive. We started implementing surveys at our vaccine site to see what is driving people in to get vaccinated, and the number one thing so far has been that they saw our PSAs, and that's kind of prompted them to change their mind. It's either that or they've either gotten sick with COVID or known someone who got sick with COVID and want to minimize that risk. So it's good to see that the money that we're spending on this PSAs are actually getting to people and people are actually seeing it. And then as far as our actual events, we were at Kids at the Park. We had a great turnout. I know that the Kids at the Park people were very happy with the very large turnout they had there. As I said, we're at the Migrant Fair doing flu and hepatitis vaccines. We're planning to do the City of Hollister 150-year celebration, and then also the Farmers Market. We're at that. We kind of have a rotation with other HHSA agencies to be at the Farmers Market to not provide vaccination, but to provide outreach and education and just answer people's questions as they need. In addition, we did have an event at our food bank on the 10th of this month, in which we vaccinated 14 individuals with COVID-19 and flu vaccine. That was a number of individuals at the food bank, and then also our homeless population, just making sure that everyone has access to the vaccine instead of having to come down to our clinic all the time. And then we're planning several events in July. Nothing's finalized yet, but I'm planning to go to Earthbound Farms, planning to go to Swank Farms, Pacific Scientific, the Cannery, and then also we're planning to do an event working with Supervisor Tiffany to find a location down in the south part of the county to do an event down there as well for vaccines. So that will be coming in the coming month. I believe that's it for now. Do you guys have questions for me or Dr. Ghilarducci?
Okay, before we go to the board, if we can go to the public, please.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. Via Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. Speaker, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name's Celeste. I just want to remind the public that the COVID vaccine is not FDA approved yet. It's only approved through emergency use. And also I believe his name is Dr. Geller, if I'm saying correctly. Can we do something about the ICU beds? We only have 4, I believe, in our emergency use for a population of approximately 64,000. So that definitely has to be That's definitely a concern to our community. So you guys say, oh, we don't, a lot of people may be going to the ICU. Well, we only have 4 beds. And I believe, I think that's it. That's all. Oh, yes, just the vaccine is not approved by the FDA. Thank you.
Dr. Ghilarducci, would you like to say anything about that?
No, this is
Hello?
comment. There's really.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold on. This is still a public comment period.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglund, and I wanted to applaud the county, what processes, the outreach that they've given. I have taken both of my grandsons to vaccination points in Hollister, out by the food bank, and in San Juan Bautista. They were especially impressed with $25 gift certificates and lunch. So I think the outreach program is very successful. There were people in both situations consistently. So my 2 cents. Thank you.
Bringing it back to the board. If there is no further comments, yeah, Supervisor Tiffany?
Well, first of all, did Dr. G like to respond to that one comment about it not being approved by the FDA?
Yes, that is actually accurate. They are currently under emergency use authorization, but I will add that these vaccines have been given to millions of people and have been shown to be safe. So we think that full approval will come, but it is a lengthy process to do that. Normally, the process for vaccine approval could take up to 5 years. Obviously, with the emergency, things were accelerated, and that's the purpose of the EUA. But that statement is correct.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, just a couple comments. First of all, I want to applaud county staff, public health department, doing really a phenomenal job. We look at the percentages of people that are vaccinated in our community, and they're significantly higher than the rest of the state. And so I think we're doing a great job with outreach. And anyway, thank you to county staff. It's clearly making a difference, and it's saving lives. Unfortunately, with this current variant, vaccinations and boosters often don't prevent you from getting COVID. I'm a good example. But what they do is prevent you, as the numbers are overwhelming in this area, is that they prevent you, in most cases, from getting seriously ill, hospitalized, or pass away from this. And then the last comment I'll just make is that just from a personal experience, again, I contracted COVID a week and a half ago. I went to OptumServe, and I found the process very easy. Was able to get a confirmation of being positive, and then immediately went into the test to treat approach. I'm over 65. I also have some other health issues, and so I was able to do a teleconference with the doctor right then and there. This was Sunday morning, a couple weeks ago. They prescribed the Paxlovid for me immediately, and so I immediately went on the prescription without having to go to my own doctor. It was very simple. Went through the 5-day process, significantly reduced my my symptoms. And anyway, I'm just pointing this out that it works very well. And I would encourage anyone that is at greater risk to use the OptumServe and the test to treat approach. It's very effective, and I think with Paxlovid it reduces 90% of the people that take Paxlovid are not hospitalized, and so it's a very effective method. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Just real quick, I just want to say thank you for all the work that you guys are doing and being adaptive to change locations as well. I think that's really important. And so thank you for listening to that feedback and then going ahead and doing that and implementing it so quickly. So thank you very much for all the work that you all are doing.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
More of a broad question. Is there any question about the home tests? Because I've heard a lot about just the validity of the home tests. And I only ask that because I've taken, I don't even know how many of these home tests now, and I always get the one line on mine, and I've heard other people talk about. So just for the public, is there a consensus on these home tests that we have access to?
Sure. So as far as the home tests, they're an antigen test, so they're not going to be 100% accurate. And so what we, recommend is you can do a home test, but if you want a result that is very likely to be the 100% positive or negative result, I would recommend a PCR test, which we do at our Optum sites. But there is the chance of a false negative or a false positive with those tests, and that's just the we've had.
If you're sick, as the public health, you recommend basically get the preference is to go to Optum.
The preference would be PCR, but you're not going to get those results back right away. So that's why it is beneficial to have those home tests so that if you do test positive, you know to stay away from people. Yes. But we have seen, episodes where people have gone and got the PCR test and they've tested negative before on the antigen test, and then the PCR comes back positive. That does happen, but we still recommend using, both tests, but the PCRs are more accurate. But Dr. Ghilarducci might have more information.
No, agree with everything you said. The only thing I might add is, as we're seeing these new variants come on board, we're seeing a kind of quicker onset of illness, and there's a chance that people actually are becoming symptomatic before the threshold of detection is reached on the antigen test. So part of the answer is the antigen tests are still able to detect the newest variants. But there is a possibility, because of how fast the disease will come on, that it may be initially negative, at least in the first couple of days. So we are recommending that if you're symptomatic and you still test negative on an antigen test, you could get a confirmatory PCR, but in the meantime, you should assume that you're positive to COVID, especially if you've had an exposure, until you can actually confirm that with a test.
The adjustments we're making with the testing, good job on that, just getting out into different areas. I think that's, I advocated for the west side, and I think it's been a success, but it's good to see Tres Pinos and San Juan Bautista as well. And then the 19 to 34, when I reviewed the agenda, really jumped out for me as well as far as that area. So I really would like to see us focus on that. I think that, that's something that we really that should be a focal point going forward as far as how do we get outreach. We're 19 to, you would probably know more than I would for certain. Where do 19 to 34 year olds, I don't want to assume, but you look young. Where do 19 to 34 year olds, where do they consume media where we can reach them?
Yeah, it's tough. We have, seems like a good portion of the population uses Instagram now, especially the younger generation. So we are on Instagram. So we're trying to get our message out that way. We do the traditional social media with Facebook and Twitter. And the issue we've run into is we've had staff turnover, as seems like everyone has. And so we just got some new people onto our social media team. So we're still putting out messaging, but it's taken a little bit of time to kind of onboard them and use their expertise and knowledge on that. And so, we're trying to outreach those populations, and that's definitely a priority of our VAX team. And they saw exactly what you saw and are really trying to work on boosting those numbers, and then also all of our numbers.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Also, I just want to echo the appreciation of the board and you being proactive and hitting all the sites, because it's more apparent that you're reaching out to the county as opposed to just the city. So thank you for that. And then earlier today, we had a comment from a public comment regarding the authority of the hospital to enforce masks. Now, over the past week, I was up at Stanford Palo Alto, and I know each hospital has that ability to enforce the mask requirements. So can you kind of just shed a little bit of light on that for the speaker who called in? Because I know that there's questions of uncertainty. I'm okay and I understand it, but just for the public, can you go ahead and explain that, the authority that they have?
Dr. Ghilarducci is health officer. I mean, I can talk about it, but you're probably the better person.
Sure. Yeah, I'll try to address it. We don't have a local health officer order that would be more restricted in the state. So then we turn to the California Department of Public Health, CDPH requirements for licensed facilities. And the CDPH, to be honest, I need to look up the newest changes, but they have been requiring masks in hospitals for visitors. We can check with Hazel Hawkins to see if they've made some exception to that, but I believe under state standard, they should be masking.
Okay. No further comments, Supervisor Gonzalez?
Oh, no, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Well, there's no other comment. My only comment is clarification under the EUA. The question about the approvals, there's a big distinction between EUA approval and FDA schedule approval. So just a clarifying point, but if we're moving on to item number 4, approve a budget adjustment and use of general subvention fund.
Mr. Chair, can we go back?
Oh, that's right. If we can go back to the public hearing, it's still open.
Item number 2. Thank you. We have Ariel. She's going to pass out the paperwork to the clerk and
So to
provide
clarify
it.
for Joel, the 3 items are inside
We'll be able
the
to read it in the
document.
record specifically. So the clerk will pass that to your board. You can look at the highlighted sections. And then Ariel, I think if you want to go ahead and read it into the record.
Yes.
Please.
So, if when you go to make your motion, if you can approve under Chapter 25.02, page 14 of 32, under F4, the additional sentence of food trucks shall be parked safely and out of the public right-of-way as additional change number 1.
Yes.
Change number 2 is under Chapter 25.03, page 7 of 53. Under commercial uses, hotel or motel is now C instead of A under AR, AP, R, and R, and then and that's it. And then Chapter 25.03, page 21 of 53. Under multifamily dwellings, condominiums, and apartments, under R1, it says see note. With the additional sentence, a mix of residential development types is required in the R1 for projects of more than 5 units where public water and sewer are available. Project must meet general plan density requirements for the RM land use designation, land use table 3-1. Does that suffice with County Council, the reading of those 3 changes on those pages and those chapters?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Can I make a motion then that we approve the zoning ordinances with the first change, page 14 of 32, regarding 25.02, second change, section 2503, page 7 of 53, and then the third change, 2503, page 21 of 53.
Perfect. Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you, RMA staff. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we're 11:24, closing the public hearing. Moving back to item number 4, regular agenda. CAO Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have our auditor, controller, Joe Paul Gonzalez, as well as our budget officer, Gabriel Orozco. They're both going to be discussing this item or presenting this item. So, Gabriel?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Gabriel Orozco, the Budget Officer, as well as Joe Paul Gonzalez, our County Auditor, Controller, Recorder, Elections. So what we're going to have here, I believe, the Auditor's Office had 2 slides. Okay. So, the main purpose behind wanting to have this item is we had some discussions during budget meetings where we brought up the current funding status of our post-employment benefits, essentially what we short as OPEB. These are the retiree benefits that go out to the county employees. And what we wanted to highlight during those meetings is that there were prior decisions by previous boards of supervisors where the funding strategy for the OPEB contribution was changed. We used to be essentially factored in under a pay and go type of strategy, which then switched to a flat contribution amount. The intent behind the thinking at that time was that we would be essentially funded with the flat contribution, and potentially by 2040 or so we would be up to 100% funded for the employees. Come to find now that that strategy has been taken into play and into consideration, one of the items that I think what we believe that was felt to be accounted for was that because our contribution amount changed, there was a revision to the discount rate that needs to be charged, because if you're putting less money in, then actuarially the amount that you're going to be returning based off the investment that you're putting in has to be decreased. So based off that reduction in the contribution and the deduction in the discount rate, the essentially valuation of what we had as a potential funded status decreased essentially from where we were projected to be, moving into the potentially into the 90% funded status to closer to the 70s. And that really sparked some concern from both the county administration office and the county auditor's office, because in terms of wanting to make sure that we're fiscally sound to move forward with decisions, whether if that's us seeking out the COP or us wanting to invest money into capital infrastructure, road infrastructure, we need to make sure that we're taking care of our liabilities, and OPEB being one of those that's going to be continuing forward and continues on, because as we get more employees, they become part of the system, and we do get caught needing to pay out those liabilities later after they retire. So we're just making sure that we're taking care of our side, addressing these concerns so we can move forward with it. And I believe we have a couple of slides here from the auditor's office. We had looked at our valuations. Joe Paul? Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. The information that Gabe has provided thus far is essentially correct. The county moved from fully funding the actuarially determined contribution for OPEB a couple of years ago. They moved from that policy to going to a flat amount of $500,000. And when they did that, the GASB standard says, okay, we allowed you to have a 7% discount rate, but because you're not making the ADC, we now have to go closer to a risk-free rate, which was 4.19% as used by our actuary. So when that happened, our OPEB liabilities grew significantly. And one of the things that we've been doing for years is, but we want to manage our defined benefit plans, and OPEB is one of them, in such a way that for financial reporting purposes, we're seen as a very responsible agency, very prudent in its fiscal decisions. And so we had been funding the full ADC for quite some time. But when we jumped off of that and went to that fixed amount, our discount rate, as Gabe mentioned on this slide here, went to 4.19%. Now, this slide shows what the ADC would have been, $1 million, had we continued to make the ADC payment, but we didn't. And that's why our liability is much higher. And today's request is that the board consider adding in $600,000 to the flat $500,000 payment, so we can make that payment, which would be an approximation of what the ADC would have been had we made had the valuation been based on the county continuously making the ADC payment. And so that would mean $500,000 plus $600,000 that we're requesting. About half of that, approximately half, is a general fund portion. The other half is from the subventive funds. And so we'd like to do that in an effort to manage our liability in the next valuation that will be performed by our OPEB actuary. And by the fact that the board, this board decides, basically the OPEB policy is to fully fund the ADC. That's what the OPEB actuary wants to hear. They want to hear that there's a commitment on the board to not stray off doing the ADC, and we will get the full benefit of having a higher discount rate and in future years. I hope that that was. Is there any questions on that?
Public. Please, to public comment, Madam Clerk.
On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, we have Kathy Postigo.
Good morning, board. My name is Kathy Postigo. I'm a San Benito County resident, and I'm a San Benito County resident and a retiree from San Benito County. I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of these reports that you're getting, and OPEB and the actuarial studies are a very complicated process that are done. But one of the things is when you're getting this report that says as of June 30th, 2021, that amount of $26 million is actually from 2020. I'm not sure where the current actuarial that should be coming out for June of 2022, because that should be here, and that's kind of what you would be paying for this year. I'm not sure where that is. And also that I noticed that actually in the presentation at April 19th, 2022, there was a presentation, and at that time in the OPEB trust there was $33,867,000. So this $26 million is a little bit kind of convoluted because it's not showing kind of where we're at. It's not even, it's like a year behind what it says. And I do realize that PARS lost $1,286,346 from July 20 2021 through February 2022, and that the charges that they charged, their administrators charge, was $75,673. So basically, we had a loss. What I had of over 7% of ours, because we switched it all over to PARS, and PARS was a riskier one. They do more with stocks than with what Siebert did. And the other thing that I have is, when I was noticing this, I noticed that COG was listed on here. COG has their own OPEB account, so I'm not really sure why they're included in this thing at all, because we have our money in Siebert for our COG employees. Always have, always will. Anyway. Yeah, so I think that there's a lot with this actuarials. Also, I always like to comment with the actuarials, because when they do the actuarials, they take all the current employees. The only people that are getting this benefit are the 200 or so retirees. They get paid a portion, like you guys, like every other employees. And anyway, I'll go because that's all I have time for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, going forward, just for clarity's sake, are we going to change our approach then to avoid having this happen every so often, where we have to,
Yes, that's really the request, that the board, basically, through the board action today, approve the actually determined contribution policy. That you, basically, that's what you're going to fund.
Right.
As we had in all previous years, except for the last couple.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear, and just so that the public knows, we're not just fixing it now and then dealing with this, as we go. I think clearly the responsible approach is to fund the full ADC. So thank you very much.
I have some questions.
Supervisor Dirks, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The speaker did bring up a question that I already had as well. Do we have the 2022 numbers? As of today, right now, how much money is in that account?
Well, I didn't really want to bring that up yet, because what I want to do is have the actuarial report, the most recent one, completed. It's not completed yet. We're waiting on having some demographic information that's needed from the county, but because of the switch from PRISM to CalPERS, we're having a little bit of issue gaining that information, which the actuary needs in order to project correctly the valuation report. So and they take into account the value of the assets in that report. So I don't want to talk about, hey, how much is in there now versus this liability, which is this liability is a bit of a misstatement. If the board's wishes is to go to a fully funded actuarial accrued contribution. Determined contribution.
Okay, I have a couple. So at what percentage are we considered fully funded for our credit ratings?
Well, when the fund is 100% funded.
Okay.
And that's 100% funding means that basically you are all the unfunded liability in the past. And the unfunded liability, what that means is if you hire an employee and let's say they they have several years working for CalPERS agencies, but they come here as a for the new job. If that employee has 5 years in CalPERS, they will be eligible for OPEB benefits. So that means that if we just hired him today, we haven't collected all his previous years of employment, of which a benefit had been earned. So that's the unfunded liability. So if you're 100% funded, all that unfunded liability is paid. The only thing that you must pay in the future is a normal cost. The benefits from today forward that they earn.
Okay, so basically where my concern is coming from is it's just a lot of money, and we just looked at, only using $400,000 to fund staff positions that we need. So I'm just wondering how much money we actually, what happens if we put in 300,000 instead of 600,000?
Well, then the commitment is not to make the actually determined contribution.
Fully funded.
Which
Right.
is, that's the same problem we have right now. We have a flat amount instead of whatever the actuary says this is what the contribution should be.
Okay, so to be clear, if we do the 500,000 and then an additional 600,000, that's what you're proposing, or you're just proposing an additional 600,000?
It's just the additional 600,000. The 500,000 was already approved in the budget in 21.
So it's an additional 600,000, so we'll be funding $1.1 million this year. Total.
Yes, that's
And it's
the
coming
request.
directly from the general fund?
No, only the 600 is going to be about half of that that's coming from the general fund.
And then the
remaining-
other half are
is
from
coming
other departments?
Subvention funds, other departments. That's correct.
Okay. And with subvention funds, how is that affecting those departments? What does that look like for them? I
It's
see the
on-
list,
okay.
but yeah. Like, they'll have to take money, like this particular amount of money from,
They're reserved.
yeah.
There's a section in there on the.
I'm just worried about the recession coming up, y'all, so that's part of my reasoning. It's a lot of money when we're already funding $500,000 of it, and I understand about the liability, but I feel like we're also making a decision when we don't have the numbers from this year. So that's my other concern.
And if I can, Chairman, if I can address.
Yes, Gabe.
Thank you. So for this particular contribution, 21-22, based off the actuarial values that we had, which are a year old, we're only asking for an additional 600,000. Out of that 600,000, the general funds portion, which is about 272,000, will be coming from the contingency. For some of the other larger departments, Health Human Services, they also set up contingencies, and that's where the contribution will be coming from. From departments that, and this is for subvention-funded departments that didn't have a contingency set up, I had looked within their fund to see, and as we've discussed previously with the board at different stages, because we aren't fully staffed in a lot of departments, there are salary savings that are generated in these departments, and what I'm proposing to use is some of that funding that was, categorized to be used for salaries and benefits to be moved to use to, pay out this obligation. This is a one-time piece. The second component of it would be if we decide to move forward to pay that, essentially the required contribution based off what we need. And I believe that's then the policy that's being discussed right now, the second component of it. That one, we would essentially make the minimum, or I guess the required, contribution year over year, if that's the situation. But for right now, since like I mentioned, since we don't have the defined numbers, we're just going off of what we had from the prior actuary values.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Gonzalez.
What would be the consequence if we don't authorize this transfer? Worst case scenario?
So if you don't authorize the transfer today, but you do authorize in future budgets making the actuarially determined contribution. If the board makes a commitment today for the next year and in future years, the actuary will incorporate that new policy in the valuation. So it means that we still get the benefit, or most of the benefit, because the board has changed course. But as if you don't make the additional payment, it will actually increase the amount of OPEB liability.
So we don't have a
Mr. Chair.
choice, in essence.
Well,
Mr. Chair, if I may, and
Yes,
I just
sure.
want to add just maybe some background on this. So the issues that we were confronted with when we made the change was staffing. So we only have so much money. So at the time, we wanted to pull back to address staffing. Ultimately, there was some nuances in the calculation which impacted that. But basically, when you looked at that one graph, there was, I think it showed in the 70% funded range. So ultimately, it just means we're going to have a lower funding, which means potentially it could have an impact on our ratings if we went with S&P in the future, if we wanted to do some bonding of some sort. So those are the kinds of impacts that it would have. I just wanted to answer your question that it would have on it. So, yeah.
Just a follow-up, sorry, Mr. Chair. So I understand that, and I understand the process of where we're at, but what I don't have is numbers. So that's where I'm having a problem, because I don't see that, and it's not illustrated here. So that's my problem.
Yeah, I think that because they're basing it off of prior years, that's the way it works. So Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm looking at a little different perspective with, I know we're concerned about the economy and potentially a recession. To me, the prudent thing is to deal with this now, because it will put us in better stead as far as the actuary, as far as our credit rating, et cetera. And, the sooner we get this dealt with, the better, as far as I'm concerned. I do have a question. So, is it likely that, and again, it sounds like we don't know because we don't have the current numbers, that a year from now there may be some additional, we're going to keep funding it to cover totally the unfunding. So how does the fact that we don't have current numbers, how does that really impact your decision today? Other than it's not maybe as exact, maybe it's a little bit more than 600,000 or a little less, or, is that basically what's going on here?
I had a lot of trepidation coming before the board to ask about this because I don't have the actual numbers now. I have just these are the previous numbers from the previous valuation. But all we can really do is an estimate, and so because we don't have the exact, we don't have the valuation before us. But we did do some due diligence. We called our actuary, and there was, they were reticent to give an opinion, and they actually wanted to have an additional, a procedure that they wanted us to pay for. But, we decided that it was just not enough time. That would have been completed after this meeting. So we said that, we do this estimate because based on the previous valuation report, the ADC should have been about $1 million, and we think 1,100,000 is a conservative amount to to estimate as the ADC. So we think we're in good shape to be able to use that the actuary to use that in the next valuation report.
And once again, as you already stated, it sends the right signal to the actuary that we're dealing with this.
I think that's the main purpose of coming before you today is that, one, let's get back on the right track fiscally, and two, let us, let's meet our financial obligations. Let's pay our debt. We know we owe it. It's already, it's our net OPEB liability is there. So anything we pay towards it, really it's money in the bank that we won't have to pay in the future.
Okay, and then this may be for you, Gabe. With the money coming out of the contingency fund under the general plan, how much is left there, and how much of a concern is that? That's one question. And then secondly, we just approved a budget yesterday. Does the decision today in any way impact what we approved yesterday?
To take that last question, the decision that you take today won't affect the budget yet. What will potentially affect it is depending on what the actuarial findings are. The one piece that we did put in the budget is because no decision had been made, I can't alter the budget to preemptively think of something that could happen during this meeting. So what was budgeted was the same flat amount for the next year, because the same thing on my side, if I don't have numbers to base something off of, then it makes on my side I'm not going to commit until the board is able to fully hear something out. For the contingency question, we had used about I believe 30 or 40,000 out of the $1 million contingency, and for the general fund's contribution of 272,000, we'll still have roughly about 700,000 or a little bit less than 700,000 in the general fund contingency. And then if it doesn't get used for the remainder of the year, just essentially roll it over.
So it's a 21-22.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, it's the one today, right now, in June.
Yeah.
This year, not the next year.
Right.
Not next year.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. So when are we going to know those numbers?
That is a good question. We're working with HR and with Prism to get those numbers, and with the other vendor that the county used, Business Solver, I believe, to get those metrics. That's what's holding us up. And we've been working with them. I'm hoping. I was hoping to have that done by the end of the fiscal year, but it doesn't look like we're going to be there. But I'm hoping in July we'll get this settled.
So if we make this decision today and then we get the numbers in July, and I don't know what would happen there, but in any case, why would it delay anything to have us look at those numbers first and then make this decision? Why do we need to make this decision today, I guess is my question.
Well, because the fiscal year ends on June 30th.
Okay. So, hearing none, thank you, Joe Paul. My only comments is I appreciate the auditor always trying to look at the best interest of the county. I know that being fluid and sometimes with so much moving parts, especially with an actuarial that you haven't gotten yet, you're playing conservative, which I agree with. And I think historically the county has always bode well with having that attitude and being preemptive. So I appreciate your work. So if I can get a motion to approve a budget adjustment, I know it's a 4/5 vote. So can I get a motion to approve item number 4, please?
And just for clarification, Mr. Chair, are we also making, as part of that motion, that we will, going forward, fully fund?
Authorize.
Yeah.
The ADC.
The ADC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Yes.
new policy,
Okay.
right, to make sure it's up.
Yes, as a board policy.
Okay. Then, Mr. Chair, if I might, I'll make a motion that we approve the allocation of the 600,000 approved budget transfer from, I guess, from contingencies, and also that we, going forward, revert back to our policy of fully funding.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. 5-0.
Nope,
Thank you.
that was a no for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
4-1, I'm sorry. 4-1, Supervisor Dirk's dissenting, so if we can, thank you, Joe Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. I know we're pressed for time. We have a 2 o'clock with the next item, if I believe. They're not ready to go.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. They're not ready till 2 o'clock. I do know I believe there's people here for the 911 item. So it's up to your board if you want to take that item first.
I think we could, if
That's
the
all right.
approval of the board, yeah, we
And
can
then after
move.
that, we can go to closed
Go to
session
closed
after.
session. So if we can move up item number 7 to be heard next. Joe Paul?
Okay, Francisco Diaz, Assistant Clerk Recorder, will be presenting this item on behalf of elections.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. On June 14, the Board of Supervisors accepted the Registrar of Voters certification of the initiative measure and ordered the Elections Code 9111 report to be presented at this board meeting. So today, the Board of Supervisors will take one of 2 actions. One, they'll adopt the measure without alteration, or they will submit the measure without alteration to the voters at the next scheduled election, which is November 8th, 2022. However, before you take this action, as ordered by the Board of Supervisors, we do have a presentation by the author of the 9111 report, Douglas Svensson of Applied Development Economics, Inc.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Douglas Svensson, President of Applied Development Economics. I'd like to give you a brief overview of the research that we've done for the 9111 report on the initiative to amend the San Benito County General Plan to remove commercial, regional, and thoroughfare node designations and to require voter approval for future general plan amendments redesignating agricultural rangelands or rural lands to other uses. After a brief description of the initiative, I'll go through what we believe to be the potential impacts on the level of development in the county unincorporated area and the resulting fiscal impacts to county services and revenues. We'll also look at some other topics in the 9111 report in terms of economic development potential, infrastructure funding, housing and transportation, as well as impact to agricultural lands. The initiative would amend the San Benito County General Plan land use element to remove areas that were identified in 2015 when the plan was adopted for potential commercial development, and these are known as commercial nodes. There are 2 basic types of nodes. 4 of them are designated commercial regional nodes, and they're located along Highway 101 at 4 locations: at Bettabell Road, Highway 129, the Livestock 101 site, and the San Juan Road interchange. There are additionally 9 commercial thoroughfare nodes throughout the county at a number of different intersections, including 2 on Highway 25 at Shore Road and Tres Pinos, Shore Road at San Felipe Road, Union Road at San Benito Street, and Highway 156 at Fairview Road, Union Road, San Felipe Road, Highway 25, and 156B, which is San Juan Hollister Road. So in all, 13 different locations throughout the land use map that would be removed from commercial development without a vote of the people. If that action occurs, then future development, commercial development in the county would be limited to a few areas, which do include 3 existing commercial neighborhood nodes, which are located at Fairview Road and Fallon Road, Highway 25 and Fairview Road, and Highway 25 at Piscines. As well, there are existing commercial neighborhood designated land in Aromas, Piscines, and Tres Pinos, which I think are those 3 that I just mentioned. There are also 3 specific plan areas in the county. Those would not be affected by the initiative and could move forward under normal planning process, and areas designated for residential mixed use. The initiative would require voter approval of changes through December 31st of 2050 for any county general plan amendment that would redesignate land designated as agricultural, rangeland, or rural in the unincorporated county to any other use other than open space, parks, or public facilities, which does not include landfills. Voter approval would also be necessary for general plan amendments to implement the 4 designated new community study areas, which are distinct from the specific plan areas. Those are designated at Bolsa, Fairview, San Juan, and Union. It does include some exceptions for housing development, which I'll describe in a few moments. In order to analyze what we think the future effects of the initiative would be, we made an estimate of what we think the development potential would be at the 13 nodes that are affected by the initiative. And overall, looking at the general plan land use designations and the development standards that would apply, we estimate that those nodes together in aggregate could support as much as 8.7 million square feet of development. And that could support more than 16,000 new jobs in San Benito County. This would include a variety of retail development, hotel development. It includes auto services and sales. And 2 of the sites include office and research and development type of uses or business park uses. By 2035, which is the horizon for the general plan, given market conditions that we've evaluated and using AMBAG projections and other data, we estimate that as much as 1.86 million square feet could likely develop in that time frame by 2035, which would support about 25% of the jobs, or 4,300. The loss of that future development potential would have fiscal consequences for county government and also a number of other special districts and school districts throughout the county. For the county general fund, we estimate the net revenue of taxes over the service costs for the development by the year 2035 could result in the loss of $6.6 million per year in net revenue to the county general fund. At full build-out with the 8.7 million square feet of development, that figure could go as high as $37.7 million. This is not only revenue that helps fund the service needs of the future development itself, but also the fact that it's a surplus revenue would help the county correct existing budget deficiencies and staffing needs that currently exist. We estimate that if the development potential is not available in the unincorporated area due to the initiative and lack of voter approval, A small amount of the development could possibly occur in the city of Hollister in the existing city limits. However, their space available for that development, in addition to demand that would already go there anyway, is limited. And we think that by 2035, only a little more than 600,000 square feet of development might shift from the county into the city. And at full build out, 1.28 million square feet. So a limited amount of the total development potential could be retained in San Benito County overall by going into the city of Hollister. The county, if that development does occur in Hollister, the county would receive some small amount of revenues in terms of a property tax share and a reduced amount of sales tax. And those figures would be $284,000 by 2035, compared to $6.6 million without the initiative, and about $500,000 at build-out. Now, the county general fund is not the only entity in the county that would see impacts, and this chart summarizes a number of the other impacts. So as I mentioned, if we take San Benito County General Fund and the county fire function together, it ranges from 6.3 to 37 million. And this is net of the development in Hollister. But also agencies such as the San Benito County Water District, the San Juan Cemetery District, San Benito Healthcare, Yoroma San Juan School District, Gavilan College, and the County Office of Education would all lose future property tax shares that otherwise they would get from this new development that could occur. In addition, the Council of Governments receives sales tax. Part of it is their normal allocation for transportation improvements, but also Measure G. A lot of this foregone development is retail or auto related, and highway commercial that would generate substantial amounts of sales tax. So as much as 2.8 million per year in 2035 and 27 million in sales tax would be lost to the Council of Governments. The total losses then, summing up, would be about 10.5 million to all these districts and agencies in 2035, and as much as 70 million at build out. Offset against that would be the gain in revenue for the city of Hollister, assuming that the market makes that shift. So they would get roughly 3.2 million in the short term and 11 million over the longer term. So that reduces the total net loss for all agencies in the county to about 7.3 million in 2035 and 59.3 million at full build out. There are other impacts outside of the regular tax revenues that would be affected. The county is currently processing a potential expansion of the John Smith Road landfill facility. The initiative would require voter approval for that expansion, as the landfill is not allowed use under the agricultural designation under the initiative. The county receives a percentage of revenues from tipping fees, and as well as payments related to road improvements serving the landfill. The consultant for the county working on that landfill expansion project has independently estimated that if the expansion does not occur, that over the next 15 years, the county could lose as much as $69.4 million cumulative over that period of time in additional revenues, mainly from the tipping fees, and possibly as much as $400 million over the long-term life of the landfill if it is expanded. In addition, the foregone development would be expected to pay certain one-time fees, mostly development impact fees, to help fund infrastructure. The development by 2035 would be expected to pay as much as $37 million in those impact fees, and over $133 million in total at build-out. So this affects not only county infrastructure, which are mainly roads and other improvements, but also these are school impact fees, so it would affect those revenues to build new schools. The county would potentially also receive construction use tax on actual construction of major projects to implement the general plan. That could be another $2.2 million by 2035 and $26.6 million at build out. Those revenues would be shared. It's essentially a form of sales tax, so both the county general fund and the council of governments would share in that loss. And then finally, the building permit and entitlement fees that the new development would ordinarily pay would not be realized. The initiative would place a majority of the land that's currently designated in the general plan for business development in the unincorporated area under a requirement of voter approval for development. So if the voter approval is not gained, then this would significantly reduce the development potential for new jobs in the county. And in any case, it would significantly increase the cost and risk associated with pursuing those developments, and we believe could likely discourage a lot of business development throughout the county. If the voter approval is not granted through the initiative for the nodes development, the county would lose, as I mentioned earlier, the opportunity to create as many as 4,300 jobs in the next 12 years and 16,000 jobs overall. The initiative does allow for the Board of Supervisors to make certain findings to approve affordable, low-income housing in the agricultural, rural, and rangeland areas. So that possibility remains. However, the initiative does not provide any particular exceptions for other kinds of housing for special needs, including senior housing, farm worker housing, local workforce housing, persons with disabilities or transitional housing, emergency shelters, or group homes for mentally and disabled or substance abuse purposes. So there's a wide variety of housing needs that are not addressed through these provisions. And that would be in conflict with policy LU 9.9, which does address in the general plan the county's need to provide special needs housing. And finally, it needs to be recognized that low-income housing is generally produced through the auspices and efforts of nonprofit housing developers whose funds are limited and extremely competitive to apply to housing projects to get the affordability levels that are needed. So adding the additional requirements to go through these exception processes would add cost and again make it more difficult for that housing to occur. One of the areas that we're required to look at is effects on transportation. The initiative would likely reduce non-residential development in the county. As such, it would probably not increase overall traffic levels or congestion. But what it does do, the county has a significant jobs housing imbalance. A lot more workers live here than there are jobs here for them. So as you're aware, many commute out of the county to work. So the county would then lose the opportunity to create more jobs locally that would hopefully would allow people to both live and work in San Benito County and reduce some of that commute traffic. It also makes it more difficult to implement the new communities planning policies, which are specifically designed to create a better jobs housing balance within the communities. In terms of agriculture and open space, we estimate that if the nodes were developed, somewhere between 131 and 288 acres of ag land could be used, either prime farmland or farmland of statewide importance. So the initiative would potentially reduce some of that impact. However, it's important to recognize that rural residential development is still permitted in agricultural areas, so not all housing development, not all types of development would be removed by the initiative. So in conclusion, the report indicates that the initiative measure would add a requirement for voter approval to a significant amount of employment-generating business development in the county. And if that development does not occur, it would entail significant losses of revenue for county government, the Council of Governments, transportation programs, the school districts, and other special districts. It would also reduce the ability of the county to create jobs for local residents, thereby reducing traffic impacts caused by commute trips. The initiative would reduce development on agricultural land, but not completely, so that there could be residential growth that would still take some land out of agricultural production. So those are a brief overview of the findings of the report, and I'm more than happy to respond to questions from the board.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Could we go, Madam Clerk, to the public first, please?
Via Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, we have Supervisor Botello.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman and Board of Supervisors. I'm Anthony Botello. I want to thank each of you on this board for stepping up and meeting the challenges of our county. The challenge has always been inadequate amount of revenue to provide for the most basic levels of service. This initiative promises to make those goals for improvement even more out of reach for you. This initiative is a taking of property rights, a taking of opportunities, and a degradation of quality of life for every citizen in San Bernardino County. As the 911 report indicates, thousands of potential local jobs will be lost, millions of dollars that could be generated through economic activity rather than increasing taxes that would enhance our public safety, roads, and other public services that we all depend on will disappear. If the 911 report is only a quarter correct, it will be devastating to the county and many of the government agencies that was highlighted by the consultant. This is personal to me. I sat where you sit for a lot of years. When I became a planning commissioner in 1996 and later as a supervisor, I knew exactly the problems that existed in this county. And it started with the general plan that did not allow for adequate economic opportunities in the county to provide enough tax revenue to sustain itself. There was not even an economic development element of our old general plan. We needed to generate more commercial sales tax revenue in the county to keep pace with the growing expenses to maintain public services. It took only 20 years, hundreds of thousands of dollars of our tax dollars, countless of public meetings, and input from hundreds of citizens. My colleagues on the board and county staff worked on general plan during the hardest time during the recession, when thousands of homes were lost and property values went down. The county was forced to lay off a third of its workforce and cut services. With all the public input, we developed a general plan that not only provided for economic development in some selective areas, but more importantly, protected our farmland and open spaces for the environment, and emphasized growth and development in and around the city. I hope people really study this issue and understand the long-term consequences. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Hello, this is Celeste Toledo Bocanegra. I from what I'm hearing of this initiative is basically removing the opportunity for low income individuals to be able to own their own living space, whether that would be an apartment or wherever they're able to live. I understand that we do have migrant homes, and that this initiative will probably take away that, and even people who with disabilities or people who are just basically live in a set income monthly. And we in my community are already struggling, and to be able to not see where to look for a home. I have community members looking for a place to live, and they cannot afford it. It's just not there. And seeing and what I hear from this initiative is not going to provide that to those community members who are already suffering with the cost of living going up. And it's just very unfortunate. I hope you hear what's going on in this initiative, and I hope you not pass this, because it's very concerning to me as as my family members that I see who are struggling and not being, or friends that are not being able to live a life because they can't pay rent. And then that's how we get more homeless individuals out in the street. Thank you.
Comment.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board. Who wants to go first? Supervisor Tiffany?
I'll go first. Well, I mean, there's going to be a lot of time to talk about this, but and I do appreciate the very thorough 9111 report. Obviously, this initiative, if passed, is just going to be absolutely devastating to our county. I mean, it disgusts me that this is going to be before the voters in November. We have no choice in the matter. I just hope that we're able to educate the electorate so that a small handful of people don't just totally gut our ability to provide services to our community going forward. But anyway, I do have a couple quick questions. So in the presentation, in terms of housing, you do identify that it does conflict with some state law mandates. Obviously, the initiative was written in a way so that they have some exclusions for housing because they're aware of the state mandates, but it sounds to me like they may not have fully addressed all of those issues. So I don't know that this is a question for you, sir, but maybe it's a question for Joel. It does beg the question, and I realize it will still go to a vote of the people, but is this initiative legal? So that's a question I have. It may not be able to be answered today, but it seems like there's a question there. Am I right in the reading how you present
would
it?
have to
I know
defer
you're not
legal,
an attorney, so you can't comment on that, but you are raising an issue from what you're seeing.
It definitely conflicts with the county policy, which is intended to help the county meet state law.
Joel, do you have any, I mean, it may be premature. I'm just asking kind of out loud.
The development potential for special needs housing would have to be evaluated in the upcoming update of the housing element, and whether or not there are sufficient areas of the county that are available to meet those needs would be identified then. And if the initiative imposed a constraint on that, it would be discussed in the housing element.
Okay. I also found it interesting that, possibly an unintended consequence of this, if the initiative were to pass, is that people with ag land out there, that if they're prevented from developing it with commercial development, but they are able to do some residential development, as you mentioned. One unintended consequence might be that this actually creates more residential in some of these ag properties, if that's their only choice. But anyway, again, as I said, there'll be plenty of time to discuss this further. I know as a county, we're going to do everything we can to fully educate the electorate, present the facts. This 9111 report really is great information that we can use to do so, and I certainly am going to be working very diligently to try to ensure that this initiative does not pass in November. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the sentiments of Supervisor Tiffany. I do appreciate the time and effort put into the report. And to what Speaker and former Supervisor Patello said as well is, I mean, the numbers obviously are slightly arbitrary. We don't know what's going in, what could potentially be there. However, if even a quarter, and so I'll just reiterate that, if even a quarter of what the estimates are is true, it still, belays the fact that this is going to be devastating to our local economy. And so I just, we have time. Hopefully people will take the time to look at all of this and see, and then people will be able to make educated opinions and choices based on facts of what could actually happen. So thank you for the time and energy put into this.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes. After reading the 9111 report, I was just so dismayed to see the dollar figure that we're looking at for potential loss in revenue to the county. We're sitting up here trying to balance a budget, trying to provide for essential services. We just had an item where we incurred an additional cost with regards to unfunded liabilities, and how now we're looking at this potential initiative that we have no choice but to put on the ballot. Our hands are going to be tied. There are dire consequences to the community if this thing passes. And it's essential that we as a board, as a county, educate the community of the potential pitfalls if this goes into effect. I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question. You mentioned the limited space in Hollister developing. I assume that's, and correct me if I'm wrong, my question is, I assume that's within the current boundaries. So I guess my question is, does that take into account the potential of annexed property? We just approved a tax sharing agreement with the city of Hollister that incorporates the potential of developing around the city of Hollister, and I don't believe this initiative would necessarily affect that area, just for clarity's sake.
No, the market analysis looked at the potential within the existing city limits of Hollister.
Okay.
So
Okay,
there
but
would
not
also
that
be
next
additional
property.
potential for development through annexation.
Okay. And I've said previously, I'm staying neutral on this, and I'm truly committed to that. I this particular initiative especially, it's for me, it's step aside, let our voters decide, let advocates on each side, make their case, and I can live with it either way. I personally think there are potentially pros and potentially cons to the initiative itself, and but I am going to be open, and I was previously, and it's nothing against the consultant. I am not a fan of these 911 reports. I don't care what side you're on. Whether I'm for this particular initiative or against this particular initiative, the consultant is essentially hired to write a report that sends an alarm bell. I'm not sure if that's in your contract or not, but that's the job, and that's the goal of these reports. They're used as advocacy for one side, essentially, of these debates. And so from a principle standpoint, I just can't, and I've said this previously multiple times, I don't necessarily agree that these are appropriate reports. As predicted, the report came back saying the sky is falling. I'm not surprised. I basically said that's what the information we were going to get. And just, talking about the development potential of 16,200 jobs. And again, I'm not trying to say we do need job growth here. So I'm not saying I don't want job growth. I'm just saying that these numbers are exaggerated. That, I think we have somewhere around 11,000 total jobs in the county right now. I might be wrong on that. I haven't looked at that in a year or so. But 16,200 jobs in the next, 20-something years doesn't really add up necessarily for me. $6.6 million in annual revenue by 2035. I'm just making the point. I understand your role. I'm not trying to chide you at all. But I'm just to counter that the numbers, in my view, are pretty exaggerated. I mean, the general plan was approved in 2015. It's 2022. 7 years have gone by. How many thousands of jobs have we created from the current general plan? We haven't created thousands of jobs. I don't think we've created 1,000 jobs in the last 7 years. So that's my only point. I respect the board for moving ahead on the 9/11 report. I respect the consultant for doing the job that he was given to do. I am staying neutral on the initiative itself, but I can't necessarily say that I believe that any of this is reality. Thank you.
Any other comments? So I'll make my comments. Well, actually, first I'll start with my questions. So you mentioned a small amount of development would shift to the city. And I think you kind of covered it a little bit, but I just wanted to understand what that meant. What is the theory in this? What does it mean as far as the shift to the city, like the potential?
There's market demand for job development and commercial development in San Benito County. And if the potential locations for that development to occur are restricted from the unincorporated area, then the demand naturally would look for other locations. And, the city of Hollister is doing a general plan update. They've inventoried their available land for commercial development. They have some land available. So we would expect from a market standpoint that businesses would make the choice to locate in Hollister if they can, to meet the general market demand for retail development.
Yeah, so again, my understanding is basically what you're saying is there's certain demands for things that are within the city sphere of influence, there's certain demands for things within the county, and those would be minimally, as far as benefit, to the county, obviously to the city also, because that transition from, a business knows where it wants to be, and if the sphere of influence of the city doesn't support their business structure, right, then that changes the dynamic of what Supervisor Kosmicki was mentioning. So the other question that I had is, in the landfill expansion, what I appreciate, honestly, I really do appreciate, let me premise, I do appreciate this whole report. Respectfully disagree with my supervisor, fellow colleague. At the end of the day, this is about educating the public. This is really important. There's so much elements that are just hard to interpret. And I've said it before, whoever owns the public discourse owns the outcome of an initiative like this. And I've actually been approached by the initiative folks, and there's a lot of questions that they create, I think, with their statements. But you mentioned the landfill expansion, so it didn't mention what happens if the expansion doesn't happen, because ultimately it would have to go to a vote of the people, right? So, and that is a serious impact, right? Because if we lose the expansion, or if there's any delays, those impacts, there might be a negotiation element. I don't know if there would be issues legally, but just the same on our behalf, I just know that we lose the landfill by default, then we potentially go to a transfer station, because for us to manage a landfill would have a higher level of cost to the county and ultimately to its residents. So, and then I think this is a really, really important point having to do with the housing element, because it's kind of ambiguous. It almost seems that the initiative would define housing as kind of an exception, because it's trying to somehow intend to protect supposedly the county against any violation of state law when it comes to housing. But the ambiguous part of that initiative doesn't
define, I mean, basically it says, hey, we want to make an exception for low-income housing, but, you know, I don't know how many folks know that low-income housing is basically subsidized by the market rate housing, right? And I'm not making a pitch for market rate housing, but what I am saying is, to a certain extent, if you want low income, it's not going to, the government's not going to pay for it, right? It's got to come from somewhere. I think that would have a huge implication, that it's the assumption that we're creating low income housing, or it's creating that exemption to promote it, but in reality, it's still going to hurt it, is my point. Can you maybe expound on that a little bit?
Yes, you're absolutely right that the dollars that are needed to create the subsidy, if you will, to make housing affordable does come through a variety of sources, and part of that certainly can be market rate housing, and the public revenues that are created by that then go into the specific pots of money that create those subsidies. So there's certainly the potential for that kind of effect.
Yeah. Yeah, and my final, two quick comments is, and with all due respect, Supervisor Kuzmicki, yeah, you said, and I love a hearty debate. To be clear, you said this is kind of a sky is falling situation with this initiative or the 9/11 report, but in reality, the sky was falling. You kind of mentioned that prior to the 9/11, having nothing to do with the 9/11 report, 91/11 report. Inflation, recession, right? That's been an ongoing dialogue. So that in and of itself says the sky is falling, right? So it kind of creates already the sentiment that we have to be very careful that something like this that the public doesn't understand. We have to do our job to educate them. But the last thought is I had, which is when we had a meeting, 88, our Economic Development Committee meeting, we talked about the sales tax numbers, right? So it kind of made a pretty powerful mention, I think, of the kind of businesses we have in our county, right? There's this talk about a reimbursement, basically opportunity for businesses, sales tax reimbursement. But that's under, so we basically had to do a little bit of a dive to find out what kind of businesses and what the sales tax potential is based off of our current businesses. And it's pretty low. Like, we couldn't even match what the county that created this program that we wanted to consider duplicating, we couldn't even come close to. We basically would have to amend it and make it very, very small, and it mentions, I guess, in our county, something like $8,000 to $16,000 per business or something like that, an actual sales tax revenue. So that only scares me all the more to think what kind of businesses, not only are we not going to help coming in that are smaller businesses by default, we're going to create a serious potential concern for any new larger businesses that would have a serious sales tax base, a lot bigger than the current business community, and we'd be locking it down, So those are my thoughts. I don't know if there was any other comments from the supervisors. With that said, this is just the presentation of the 9/11 report. So the ask is to adopt the resolution. So there's three options, right?
That's correct.
So if you can explain those options, Francisco, please.
Thank you. So there's three options, essentially. The first one would be to adopt a measure without any alteration, or you can submit a measure without alteration to the voters pursuant to Section 1405 at the next statewide election, occurring not less than 88 days after the date of the order of the election, which is the November 8th, 2022 election. Or, in an alternative, the Board of Supervisors may delay the adoption of the resolution, providing for one of the options above until a special meeting to be held within 10 days on or before July 8th.
Question for you, on that special meeting, would that only be this item in discussion?
That is correct.
That might prove useful to have more of the public input involved. I don't really want to delay the inevitable, but just my thought to involve more individuals to give input.
Mr. Chair, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, I don't
see what the board, the rest of the board members think.
I guess I'm not sure. It's not going to change.
As I said, it's going to delay the inevitable.
It's going to only delay the inevitable. So we were required by law to put it on the ballot, unfortunately.
We also have staff that probably have vacations planned and stuff like that. So I'm just, from a logistical standpoint, we don't have meetings in July, so it would be
It would be a special meeting specifically for this
Challenging.
item. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, it would be intent on basically bringing the public into the conversation.
Well,
I don't know if-
there's gonna be plenty of time for,
public
there's gonna
discourse.
be a lot of public
Okay.
involvement, I think, going forward, but.
Then I move that we submit the measure without alterations to the voters pursuant to Section 1405 at the next statewide election occurring no less than 88 days after the date of the order of election, November 2022.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you very much, everybody. I believe
Thank
we're
you.
going to be going to closed session right now.
Yep.
Thank you for all those that waited for this item.
Council will report out.
Just to announce, the closed session is pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.5 and 54956.8 with regard to the property located at 2220 Cienega Road in Hollister, APN number 020-208-053. The agency negotiators are Mark Cacciarelli of Associated Right-of-Way Services, Steve Loop, the interim RMA director, Deems Catata, engineer 2, Ray Espinoza, Barbara J. Thompson, Shirley Murphy, and Brenda Aguilar Guerrero of Burke Williams and Sorensen Law Firm. The negotiating parties are D&D Brigantino Family Limited Partnership, Richard Noski, and under negotiation are the price, terms of payment, or both.
Okay.
Public comment?
So if we can go to public comment, please.
On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no public comment, but we have Barbara Thompson with her raise.
Should be about 15 minutes, 20 minutes is what I was told from council
For the closed
for
session.
the closed session, so it's at 1 o'clock or 10 after 1, come
I
back.
would say 1:15. Yeah,
1:15
let's
is
make it.
fine.
Chairman, Barbara Thompson is on the line. Barbara, I don't know if you want to speak. For the last item, she mentioned that there was no adoption of the resolution.
Yeah, there was. We made a motion.
Yeah, I understood the motion to be to adopt the resolution that references the terms of the motion.
Yeah, Supervisor Gonzalez read it out,
Said
actually.
number 2.
Read it directly off of the agenda, staff recommendation.
Okay, we'll take no. Thank you.
Okay, so we go to closed session. Thank you. We'll be back at 1:15. Thank you, everybody.
Call the meeting back to order. County Council.
From the closed session, there's no reportable action.
Thank you. So now on to back to the regular agenda, item number 5, CAO Espinoza.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular item is going to be heard at 2. And
so
if
we'll
we
go
can move forward to 6, item 6.
Yeah. So item 6, Joe Paul, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. The item before you is concerns CalPERS pension and CalPERS pension pre-funding, actually. This item is concerns the county's opportunity with CalPERS to pre-fund the monthly UAL, which is the unfunded accrued liability. The county, on a monthly basis, pays normal costs plus the UAL, and that's our required contributions that we make. And so, CalPERS offers, and they don't do it every year, but in the last few years they have. They offer a program by which if you pre-fund the monthly payments, they will give you a discount. And since the way that we budget is that we budget for the total amount, and we bill out on a biweekly basis the normal costs and the UAL. So we're collecting this total amount. So at the end of the year, we have we've collected enough in the UAL where if we had pre-funded in the beginning of the year, there's a net difference. And what I'm proposing here is that we have a policy that which we pre-fund the county's PARS RIC 115 trust, which is a pension pre-funding trust, sort of a rainy day fund for the county. There's certain triggers that allow us to access that trust. And this will, it's not a especially big mechanism, but it is a regular mechanism that the county has an opportunity to use to be able to pre-fund our pension trust. This is outside of CalPERS. This is with PARS, but it's an important tool for the management. Fiscal management of the county to be prepared for those tough times.
Thank you, Joe Paul. So if we can go to the public, Madam Clerk, please.
Via Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. No public comment.
Bringing it back to the board. Any thoughts, Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I just question. Joe Paul, did if I understand this correctly, if we prepay, we're going to get savings of $225,000. Did you look at how much do we forego in terms of interest revenue or what have you on if we prepay?
Yeah, the interest that we're earning right now with the treasurer is pretty minimal. It's
pretty low.
Around basically 50 basis points, 50 to 60 basis points, which is, 0.5%.
Right.
So it's a very minimal amount. In times where interest rates are high, which, we're still not there, we would have to, consider, look at this policy again. But that's in the policy to be able to review that.
But anyway, you've looked at it and we're money ahead.
It's very minimal, yes.
Thank you.
And what's good about it is, so as you know, the court system is part of the county's pension plan. And so the courts also, pay this UAL monthly payment. So and so does, you know, the other, you know, the COG members and some part of that first 5, we still have some lingering retirees on that plan. So we're capturing that UAL from those agencies and on a monthly basis. But we're taking advantage of pre-funding. So we're getting the full advantage of, you know, being able to bring down, bring in that revenue source. You know, it's really it's not really a revenue, it's really a reduction in expenditures that becomes a source of funding for our PARS trust.
Any other thoughts, Supervisor Dirks?
Can you confirm how much is in the account right now? Is it that, on the cover sheet, is it that 5 million? Or is that just what we're putting in each year?
We started with 3 million, and we, at the last time I looked at it, this number, the last time I looked at the PARS trust, it was $5.2 million. So it has grown considerably in value because we invested when times were the market was going up. So we have a substantial cushion that we have created in that trust because we invested at the right time. No different than the OPEB trust in 2009 when we created that OPEB trust. The times were very tough, but the board took the action to create the OPEB trust, and because it was just timing. We were able to really do very well.
A follow-up question. It begs the question, we invested when times were great. They're not so great right now. How are we doing right now in those investments?
We, like the rest of the market, it's, we've taken our hits. I believe it's, I think I believe it was 11% hit that we've taken.
Wow. How much dollars is that?
Probably about $500,000.
But we've always technically been conservative in the.
It's conservatively invested.
So it's relative in the sense that it's everybody else that's definitely less than conservative is going to get a harder hit.
Oh yeah. That's so.
I think the general market is about 20% down, so 11%. It's not so bad in the whole scheme of things.
No, it's not good either.
It's not good.
Any other questions? So,
real quickly, sorry.
Yes.
So if we're prepaying it, when is that payment usually due?
The payment is due in July. It must be paid before the end of July.
So we'd be paying the entirety of that $4 million?
Right.
Okay.
So the board would be authorizing the prepayment now. We will inform the treasurer that the payment will be going out at a specific date so that they have enough idle funds to be able to fund it.
CEO Espinoza, you had something to add? No, okay. So can I get a motion to authorize the prepayment of the CalPERS unfunded accrued liability?
I'll make that motion.
And the policy.
And the updated prepay UIL.
I'll make a motion to authorize prepayment of CalPERS employer unfunded accrued liability for fiscal year 22-23 and approve policy to prepay UAL and pre-fund pension liability.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you, Joe Paul.
All right, thank you very much.
So I guess we move to item 8 since it's not quite 2 yet. So CEO Espinoza on the homeless issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this item, your board has, we've had open dialogue about homelessness and the ability to address homelessness in the riverbed. We've discussed at length roads that occupy campers and other vehicles. So with that, we are coming to your board with an update on homelessness. We've asked Health and Human Services to come in and to present. We have Enrique Ariola, Health and Human Services Deputy Director, as well as Dulce Alonso, our Management Analyst, and she'll probably introduce this item. They've both worked really hard on this with County Council. We've had RMA involved. There's been a lot of departments involved with this presentation. So, Dulce.
Yeah, thank you, Ray. And good afternoon, board. So we're going to cover and discuss homelessness updates. We'll talk about some potential long-term and shorter-term solutions that address homelessness, and then the possibility of designating a county parcel or land as a place where, or as an alternative where homeless individuals can go.
Can I stop you right there? I just wanted to make sure we went to public comment on the last item.
County Council said that you did. Is that?
I just wanted to confirm.
That you.
Clerk of the board confirm, yes.
I recall that you, did we have public comment on the homeless item?
No, this item.
The other item, the prior item.
The previous item, yes, there was.
Okay, I was just confirming.
You did call
I
for
apologize.
public comment, and there was none.
There was none.
Yeah, just wanted to double check. Thank you. Go ahead, Dulce. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So we'll be discussing for potential county parcels where we could possibly designate homeless individuals to stay there. The Martin versus Boise case puts additional challenges on the county on what we can and can't do. So at this time, I would like to invite Enrique Ariola. He's the Deputy Director of Health and Human Services, and we co-created a presentation. I think,
It's on the screen. Well, thank you very much, Board of Supervisor members and members of the public. So I'll be giving an update on different areas relating to homelessness, and the first one is regarding the homeless census that took place earlier this year. The last homeless census that we've had the report to is from 2019. The executive summary for this year's homeless census is not yet available, but I do expect it in the next couple of weeks. And once we do get it, we will come back to the board for a presentation and also adoption of the report. So just wanted to make you aware of that. The numbers here that you see on this report are just the numbers from the prior census, and the last numbers that we reported in 2019 is 283. We also have a committee that's been newly named San Benito County Homeless Task Force. Prior, it was known as the Homeless Service Providers Committee. The committee has been meeting for about 7 years, and under this new name, it's pretty much very recent in the last month or so. The committee does consist of Board of Supervisor members, City Council members, representative from City Council San Juan Bautista, County Office of Education, and HHSA, Behavioral Health, and other nonprofit organizations. Homeless Planning Retreat was held April the 8th. We had a good meeting all day in looking at homelessness and trying to plan for homelessness and how we address it. The last Homeless Task Force meeting, there were 3 committees that were identified. One is the Homeless Housing Committee, excuse me. And really the goal is to build 190 units over the next 5 years in our efforts to reduce homelessness by 50%. This is actually in alignment with the Continuum of Care, our COC regional plan to reduce homelessness, the Lead Me Home plan, by 50% over the next 5 years. So our goal is to align this goal with a COC in reducing homelessness by 50%. And in doing so, how do you do that? The goal is to build additional units that are tailored for homeless individuals. Also, a safe parking committee was formed. Goal is to establish a safe parking program for residents here of San Benito County that are in need of the service. and also an outreach team to create outreach to provide support, information, and other support services for individuals experiencing homelessness. So regarding abatement activities and program manager of homeless services update, as you are aware, the county did contract with Smith and Enright Landscaping on March the 8th of this year, and the contract is good through June of 2023. Abatement site cleanup to establish safe and clean sites by removing large items, biohazardous materials, and other legal dumped and encampment waste. All sites will need to be approved before any work is done, and any engagement with this provider. At the moment, there's been no sites that's been approved. There's been a lot of discussion, so the goal is really to ensure that we adhere to local processes and legal matters to make sure that we have everything covered. And regarding the program manager of homeless services, we've had this position posted for months. We had several interviews. It has not resulted in anyone being recommended. We are, though, in the process of hiring extra help manager of homeless services to get us some support in providing services to our homeless community. So I just wanted to give that an update. So one of the items that we've been talking about for the last couple of years is an encampment for it to be used to help address homelessness at a location that is acceptable and okay for homeless individuals to encamp rather than being in different areas of the county. As you may be aware, this board did approve location on Flynn Road next to the jail, and later it was rescinded, and at the moment there's no identifiable location. During that period of time, we also submitted a grant to the state, CDBG CV Round 2 and 3, to help fund this encampment. And when the decision was changed, we had to go back to the state and modify our application submitted, and the state allowed us. So presently, the award was made, but the award was made to rehab the shelter. There's needs that we need to address there. So at the moment, there's no funding that we have in place for an encampment. I just wanted you to know that as well. An encampment would have different things that we would need to make that happen. So first of all, we need a site that is large enough to accommodate at least 150 individuals. So if we really want to look at some point cleaning up different encampments, so we would hope that we have enough space to accommodate at least 150. Funding of approximately $850,000 is initially what is needed. That would include not only operational costs, but also any type of setup costs. And then thereafter, I would guesstimate at least $600,000 annually to operate it. We would need to coordinate with RMA, Resource Management Agency, to help us, especially with the setup, and also procure for an operator. Secure staff to monitor daily operations, whether it's, with the operator primarily if we do go through procurement for that. And also to provide different services. We would need to provide food, at least tents, security, and supportive services. We're going to need lighting, signage, rules, policies, porta potties, sanitation stations, and of course, collaboration and shared costs between the county and City Hall. That's why I think that's important, since we're addressing a county-wide issue here. And another option, which might not be favorable, is just to have an encampment location and with no services provided. So that budget would definitely be a lot less. So here, what you see, the budget is a budget that we had drafted for the last application that we had submitted to the state, and that is in the amount of $850,875 for the setup costs and also operation costs for 1 year. And if we ever have an encampment, we would need to rely on additional funding also for us to operate it every year of at least $600,000, like I said. So we looked at safe parking programs in California, since I think there's also a need for a safe parking program. And here are just a couple that exist. One is operated in the county of Monterey. It's by a nonprofit agency by the name of Starfish Program. They provide the service to residents of Monterey County, and the residents or those in need will need to furnish a driver's license to prove their residence. They have alcohol and drug-free environment, free of police warrants, agreement to work with cooperative with the Starfish staff. They work with the goals, really to transition into permanent housing, development of a plan to save for future housing. They have to meet with the worker at least twice a month. And Starfish does not accept people that have severe mental health issues, because they don't provide that level of support and service. In the county of Santa Clara, they partner with a local nonprofit to provide such program. The same in LA, there are different parking lot programs. In Santa Barbara County, they have the New Beginnings program, safe parking, and they also provide rapid rehousing services. Now, how would that look if we had a safe parking program here in San Benito County? These are just different elements that would be needed. So it would need to operate at least every day of the week. Establish rules and policies that needs to be created, proper signage, the lighting, the restrooms, sanitation stations, showers, water, hot and cold, to serve residents of the county. Any vehicles would need to be in operating condition to prevent them just leaving vehicles behind and such. Security, access to services, case management, rapid rehousing if we really want to transition individuals into other forms of housing. And to make that happen, we also need other resources. So what is needed is identify locations. So we definitely need a location. There's none at the moment. Board of Supervisors take action on such site. Coordination with RMA. There's going to need work to be done, especially if the lot is vacant, as far as water, gravel, prep, fencing, signage, painting of parking spaces, etc. Install lighting for, to help with the nights. Secure handicap restroom, both for men and women. We also need washing stations, mobile showers, garbage service, policies, rules. And we would need to identify also who would be the manager, the operator, and if we procure it, we would also need to go through procurement and selection of an operator. So this is a draft budget that does include any prep work. And you see that from ground, gravel, fencing, signage, parking, markings, rental of restrooms, and so forth, even some staff. And the staff is just minimal staff. It's really to monitor. It's not enough staff to provide case management or housing navigation. So if that would ever be the plan, the cost would be even higher. So the total here to make it happen, at least for getting it going, plus some level of supervision, is about $664,000. And this is approximate. Cost may go higher or lower depending on the type of safe parking program. So we want to look at long-term solutions. Purchase of properties is also the best option. I really think that if we really want to tackle homelessness, the only way you could do that is by offering and finding strategies for long-term options, which really are permanent housing. Home Key with the state has released 2 different rounds. We do expect round 3 to be released later this year in October. That is what we're hearing. And once it is released, we have the ability to apply for the different projects. So if there's 3 different properties and we intend to build, purchase, Whatever the strategy would be for the number of units, we would need to define that. We would need to submit 3 separate proposals. If we have one property that we want to submit to the state, then we would submit one proposal. So really depending on how many projects and how many applications we submit. One key indicator for home key is that we would need to have site control of a property. Without site control, we would not be eligible. So even if you enter into some type of agreement, we would need that. We would need to show the agreement for any project that we would eventually plan to apply. So, and then there's also ARPA funding for tiny home project, which if we ever have property, we could always plan for a tiny home type of village that is set more on a permanent basis, anchored to the floor, to the ground, to be considered permanent with supportive services attached to that as well, perhaps rapid rehousing, case management, and so forth. But at any rate, that's more to come if we ever do want to pursue different properties and apply for home key funding. So that is one option. And I'm sure there's other options as well, but I had to include home key because we did submit a home key application earlier this year, and the state has informed us that a decision will be made. Actually, their language is the award will be made in July, so hopefully that is the case, and that will build 11 transitional housing units on Southside Road.
How much was that again? How much money was that?
We asked for $2.75 million, which include operational costs for, I believe, 3 years, and also construction costs.
For 11
11 units, correct.
How much people can that house?
Each unit would be 2 and 3 bedrooms, and 1 unit, it'll be 4 bedrooms.
So what is that up to? Like how many estimated people?
So the 2 bedrooms, I don't have the information with me, but I believe it's 4 2 bedrooms and actually 5 2 bedrooms, 5 3 bedrooms, and 1 4 bedrooms. And I want to say we said we would do a range between 40 to 60 or so individuals, because these are going to be households, families, not individuals. And depending on how many families and how appropriate it is to, depending on the size, whether it's going to be 2 or 3 or a 4 bedroom.
Okay.
I had a question on the home key. You said something about site control. So does that mean ownership by the county, or at least a rental where we're in control of it, a lease of some sort?
So a full ownership is valid, and also if you're during the process of contracting, so you do not have to have full ownership as long as you have a contract in place with the seller.
Like a lease of some sort?
Lease or purchase agreement. Okay. Yeah, there's different examples that we could provide.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can we?
This one is
done. I'm not sure if he's done.
Are you done?
There's a few more slides, and
okay.
Lucy's going to present the next slides.
So here you see a few options of designation of county land, and by homeless individuals should not be punished for experiencing homelessness when they have no other options. So this is a potential option that the county may designate a site to offer an alternative option to individuals experiencing homelessness. And here the first item you'll see is the first location would be John Smith Road. We have approximately 60 acres, and that's kind of going near the landfill area. Second location would be adjacent to the jail. It's 710 Flynn Road. We have approximately 21 acres, and it's subdivided into 4 separate parcels. The next option would be Buena Vista. There's approximately 6.3 acres, and currently it's agricultural, and there's a rural residential building on that site. And then lastly, we have Rosa Morada site, and that's 2.85 acres. And that currently has 2 buildings on it, but those are possible options for the board to consider. This was drafted by our previous RMA director, Mike Chambas, of conceptually, if we were to designate Flynn Road, what would that look like? What elements would be required, and kind of how the site would be suited to hold an encampment project. So just visually, so you guys can.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, excuse me, I'll say?
Absolutely.
Obviously, we discussed this about a year ago. I'm not sure what the exact timing. Same issue before us, but my question is this, is in addition, and I understand these are county-owned properties, have we ever looked at renting a piece of property? I mean, this is temporary, by definition, it's supposed to be temporary. And for various reasons, all 4 of these sites, I'm not sure if we looked at John Smith, but we decided not to go forward. So I'm just wondering if we've ever really looked at other sites that maybe, the county doesn't own, but that would make sense, where they were located, although we would have to rent the site. Just a question.
I know we've looked at purchasing various sites, but as far as leasing, I don't think we've looked at that option, but we can certainly do that. Or we have. Or actually, Enrique.
Just I think 1 or 2.
Approximately 5 years ago, we did consider a property for lease, and it's with Mr. Rodriguez. He has his property close to HHSA, and he had about 2 acres that he had available towards the back, and the entrance was through a side road. I don't remember the numbers. They were pretty reasonable. But that's the only time that I leased within our office that we considered leasing.
Go on, Dulce.
Did you have something to add? Yeah, Gabe just has one more.
Board, if I may, one thing to consider with if you're thinking going between a lease and a purchase, I know that sometimes the funding, particularly like for example Home Key, will require the physical purchase of an asset of property over a lease, where a lease may be a little bit more financially easier to handle on a year-to-year, month-to-month kind of situation, but some funding is very particular and will require a designated purchase. They want the county to own an asset for us to provide services to individuals. So that's one thing to consider.
Thank you. And then I just have the last slide, which is our recommendation. We've already talked about some of the long-term process, but I guess that what we're looking for is direction if the board so chooses to designate an area. And we would look into it further and bring costs that are more accurate to whatever the board chooses to do. So.
Okay, so if we can go to public comment, please.
Public comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Bringing it back to the board.
I had a question on the designation of county land. Don't we own something on North Chaparral that we're looking at transitional housing, and isn't there vacant land behind those units? Because that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone in essence, because I know there's a plan for the transitional housing.
So the county did secure a property that's about 4.65 acres on Chappelle Road. That property does have 2 homes, which we're also working with RMA to rehab those homes. And the remaining acreage is vacant. The ultimate goal really is permanent housing. That property is within a residential neighborhood, and I do think that it would be better to have housing or apartments, something that's more permanent rather than an encampment or other type of program.
I just figured since you'd have staff there for the transitional housing, you'd have the staff, if we went that route, already in place. I'm just looking at the other options, and we're limited on our options.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Another question. So I'm not exactly, I'm looking under recommendations. So is this for homeless people that are living in their vehicles only? Or is this, because you also talked about, an encampment, I think, of tents. So is this where they would park their vehicles, they live in their vehicles or trailers or what have you? Or potential tents for those people, or both?
So these are two separate programs. One is strictly an encampment. So an encampment would be individuals that are not reside in their cars or RVs, and they have their camping. So that would be one. The other one is strictly separate, with the safe parking for those that live in their vehicles and RVs. Whether they're two separate, ultimately, if we do approve a site, whether they're two separate, complete separate operations or all within one bigger property, that has yet to be determined.
Mr. Chair, if I may, sorry.
Yep. Sierra Espinoza.
So I just wanted to add a little bit more insight, a little bit more clarity. There are 3 other properties that we're evaluating, looking at the Tovar property, Sure Stay, and the Weeby Hotel. Gabriel is working on appraisals for those particular sites. We should have an appraisal in for the Tovar building, which includes land for approximately 4 acres. And mid-July is when we should have some numbers for that. So that's an additional option to this. But really what today is about is looking at the census count, and at 283, I believe it is, 283.
Growing.
Excuse me?
And growing.
And growing, yeah. We really need to, if the board is directing us to address homelessness in our community, we have to get that count. We have to, the 283. When we get that count of 283, then it allows us to be able to have them either go to a tent site at the jail site, or go to a safe parking for a camper vehicle, maybe on Buena Vista. And it allows us options to address that. If they do not want to go, they do not want to use our facilities and abide by the regulations that some of these other counties have put in place, then at that point, we will now have more options to ask them to leave our county. And that's something that we'll have to work with legal counsel on that next step. But, my understanding is we want to address this. We want to give them services. We want to give them a place to stay. And this provides multiple options. So what we need really from you today is kind of a consensus. Are you willing to use our county facilities, our county properties, to address that? And then we'll come back at another date with something in place, or direct us to look at other property besides everything on the table. And that's really what we need from you, because if we can't get clear direction from the board, then it's really hard for us to address homelessness from a staff perspective.
Yeah. Couple comments I would make. Well, number one, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but the property that we've been trying to buy, I mean, we've been talking about this for over a year, and you and I have talked about it. And so, I mean, my concern, and we need to address the homeless situation, but we're talking about spending, sound like $664,000 plus for a so-called temporary solution. I suspect it won't be temporary. I think it will be permanent.
It'll be permanent.
Yeah, so I don't think we should call it temporary. If we're going to spend that kind of money, I think it's got to be more of a permanent solution. So, that's, I guess my question is, do we want to, and I know there's frustration over buying this property, but if that's the best permanent solution, wouldn't we rather have the $664,000 go toward that site rather than put it toward what is going to be, I mean, we went through this process a year ago, and here we are again, and there's going to be the same issues, I know. Now, it's a new year, so maybe we make a different decision. Anyway, those are I don't know what the right answer is, but I just
I think that
we could buy that property.
When it comes from staff, we have to have a permanent solution. I think this is really the next permanent solution, where there's not a lot we can do. If the board is directing staff to address homelessness, we have to have a place for them to go. And I believe we had an ad hoc, I believe. There was a few board members that actually met with Leslie, I believe the owner of that property, and maybe
Which property?
you could provide some input with that, maybe not. But basically, we're progressing and we're moving forward with getting an appraisal, and that's basically it. And the appraisal hopefully we'll have by July. We can wait and put all our attention to that property and then address homelessness with that facility.
So
Simple.
if we get the appraisal in July, which is this coming in 30 days, then once we have the appraisal, do we have a definitive way forward, whether it be hiring a real estate broker or something in order to actually, we have the appraisal in hand, actually purchase the property?
Well, again, that's going to be up to Leslie, and we'll have to go through the process that we would with any purchasing of property. It'll probably be in closed session, and we'll have to negotiate a purchasing of the property. So that would be the next step. Yeah. So that's, I don't know if you want to. Yeah. So that's really it. So.
Any other thoughts, Supervisor
Yeah,
Kozmicki?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Geez, where do I begin?
Complicated.
So Smith and Enright, I'm going to start with Smith and Enright just from the presentation. So they haven't done any abatement is what I've heard so far. Are they being paid, or are we paying them to do no abatement?
They have not been paid.
Okay.
So they don't perform any work, so there's no payment.
Okay, just want to make sure on that. And do we have any indication where the census numbers may end up? I know, 283, it seemed like a lower number. Any inclination at this point?
It's really hard to assess. When the homeless census count took place, I participated and went down the river. We counted 86 in my census tract. Other census tracts were scarce because of more rural areas. So it's really hard to say, but last week I was told that the report would be released in 3 weeks, so we have about 2 weeks remaining. So my guesstimate is that we're going to be a little over, but I don't think we're going to be way higher.
Okay. And then do we, on the Willis part of the lease that we were moving forward with Willis, is everything progressing with the lease on the grassy lot? I know there was a separate discussion about the road. But I'm curious, as a lease, are we finalizing? Still going around?
I don't believe
they're still reviewing it, is what I was just told. So.
Okay. And then the tow contract, I know that's on the consent agenda. What's the timing on when we can get the tow folks going? And then the second part of that is do we have clarity on how we're going to handle we're going to have staff involved on some level, how we handle the enforcement? Is it code? Is it sheriff?
So towing is on consent agenda, and it would be separate, but until there's an alternative option for individuals to go, we can't make them leave or enforce.
Well, yes, we can if they're violating the law. And I've said this again and again. I have a different viewpoint on this. I think we need to have clarity on that here as a board. If they're parking on
Can
a
we have this
street.
conversation when that item comes up? Maybe pull it from the consent
I'm
item?
going to pull it.
Yes.
Because I've got some real concerns about
Okay.
the
Yeah.
tow
No.
contract.
But that fits into the homelessness.
It does, but it's not in this package.
Oh, yeah, but I'd like to hear Supervisor Kozmicki's comments as it relates to a solution, right? Because that's ultimately the way to address it.
Yeah, because then we're
there's-
being told
there's a
now
lot of
that-
layers.
I do feel, and it's nothing against any individual staff members. I feel like there's resistance from some staff members against what the will of the board has been, the majority of the will of the board. which is, to me, if you're parking for three months in a 72-hour parking area, it's time to get towed and move. And I thought that's what the whole, and I'll end it there, Supervisor Gonzalez. I know, just to be fair here. But since you said that, I'll continue that discussion until later. But I do think that plays into the whole picture, because there's so many different elements to this very complicated, challenging issue. And I do want the county to be sympathetic to the homeless, but I think that's where this other part of the discussion comes in. What are some of the properties that we're looking at? But for me, to me, there's really no negotiation on, I thought that's why we were getting the tow contract in place, and now we're talking about months down the road, which is, we're not going to have we're not going to have the land. We're not going to get to 283 anytime soon. In 2022, we're not going to get to 283. So I don't understand the point of why we would. I'm continuing that. I'm going to stop myself. Why we would.
And to clarify, Supervisor Kozmicki, I agree. The will of the board sets direction. So ultimately, if
So when that item comes
there-
up, your board gives
Okay.
us direction,
All right.
then we can go with that.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Was there-
And then the San Juan Hollister Road in particular, is there anything we can do for safety reasons? Can we just prohibit encampments on the roadway for safety issues? Homes are there, businesses are there. Are there any other options while we're having this discussion about towing and safe camping? Or is that, I thought I saw something in the dialogue back and forth on these bazillion emails that I get about homelessness, about, you can remove them if there's a safety issue, or am I off on that? There's no.
I think that's going to have to come from legal.
It's illegal.
Yeah, it's a legal
Okay.
question.
And then I'm just trying to go through my notes here. So the way I see it, it's multiple directions we're going in. I support the first part of the recommendations, certainly moving forward with the property acquisitions. I think we should get as many of these hotels as we can. So if we're getting Weeby, hopefully, and the Old Best Western, I think that's a great start. Moving forward on Tovar as soon as possible. And I'm just concerned that, I just, whatever we can do to expedite that. I know Supervisor Dirks and I met with the owner. She was kind enough to meet, but there's been nothing since then. So I'm just, whatever we can do to really expedite that process of purchasing that property, for me is very important. And I agree about that location. It just, if we can get that property sooner than later, then that solves a lot of the challenges that we have in front of us with.
You're talking about
the Tovar property, and the 4 acres that Ray mentioned, because I
What's
agree.
the exact address, Ray, on that location?
1135. That's what I was.
Tovar?
Yeah.
Okay,
San
go
Felipe.
ahead, sorry.
No, you're fine. I think that if we can just really push for expediency on that's the ideal solution here, along with getting these hotels. And so then we're expanding our homeless shelter. We're providing I kind of envision a safe camping area on one half and a encampment camping area on the other half, if that's kind of, the way. I'd rather not do multiple properties here, because we're going to go through this, turmoil every single property, and that's the one I think where we'll have the least amount of resistance. And then I just do wonder if I just want staff to be very honest with us about when we could put the best possible scenario of obtaining the Tovar property and the worst possible scenario as far as timing. And I know there's legal issues in between there, because if there's not a willing sale, let's just be honest here, if there's not a willing sale, then there's an option of a less ideal option of eminent domain. So I'm just wondering, what is the soonest possible time frame we can get Tovar, and the worst possible scenario? And I think that would play into the direction potentially.
I would have to defer to legal on the eminent domain. Again, both Gabriel and I met multiple times concerning the appraisal. We do know that the appraisal, someone's working on that, and they're going to have that completed mid-July. So from that point forward, us getting the appraisal, coming back to your board, it's, at that point, again, she has to be a willing seller. And I think that's where, that could take a month, 2 months, 3 months to process.
Well,
Again, the eminent domain piece, I even have to defer that to legal counsel.
I keep bringing this up. I don't know why we seem to be resistant to getting a broker involved. Once we get an appraisal, I mean, that's a professional. With all due respect to my fellow supervisors, or you or Gabe, you are not experts in real estate negotiation. So why don't we get a professional to help us buy this piece of property?
Can you explain, Supervisor Tiffany, what a professional's going to do?
Well, they know the process, how to negotiate, how to buy property. I don't know. I just think, all I'll say this is we keep going around and around and around. We're getting nowhere. We're back here again. We know that's the ideal location. I'm a little frustrated because it just doesn't, we're going to get an appraisal in July, but I'm just worried that we're going to be back here 6 months from now. We're still going to be talking about this piece of property. I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. Let's get this accelerated with this piece of property. If we don't have a willing buyer, then let's progress in a different, in a direction to, if need be, do it in a different manner. But that's an ideal location. It really is.
It is.
Anyway.
I agree with that, and I'll wrap up, Mr. Chair, quickly here. I think that's if we just get aggressive on Tovar, put the foot on the pedal, that's going to solve a lot of our problems. In the meantime, purchase the properties that hopefully the other two properties, and I'm certainly in favor of tiny homes as a longer term solution. But that said, if we get to a point where this Tovar thing is just going sideways for another year or two, then I politically it's not a favorable option, but I am willing to stick my neck out there and support a safe camping area, even in my district, if that's what it takes. And, I might be the only person on the board that's willing to do that, but otherwise we aren't addressing the issue. And on this issue, you are going to have people that hate you on whatever direction you go. And it's all about doing what is right for the community, and we can explain ourselves after, as far as I'm concerned. I know what's right, and that we have to do something. We can't just sit on this issue going sideways for another 2 years. It can't happen. I'm personally, I don't deserve another term if that's what happens as a supervisor personally, and I'll say that out loud. We cannot go sideways any longer. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, CA.
With all due respect, I agree with what everyone is saying. But what we need direction from you today is us moving forward with eminent domain. That's it. Because we have been working with this individual for a long time, and I don't think a broker, I don't think anybody is going to make anything different. I think we just need to get clear direction from your board to move that forward. And we'll still try to negotiate, but we need to, I think, just move forward with it. That's, I think, where we're at. I'll be honest.
Can we get legal to?
Honestly.
Yeah. Can we get legal to chime in on that, Ray? Ray, can we get legal to chime in on that, please?
The county acquires property for public purposes, for bridges, for road improvements. We have outside counsel who has expertise in that process. The application is generic for acquisition of property for public purposes. There is a prescribed procedure for exercising acquisition of public property through eminent domain. We have the expertise to do it. If the board wishes to pursue that, included in that is an attempt to negotiate a voluntary sale. But in the process, if a voluntary sale isn't forthcoming, it's possible to, through the procedure, to make a deposit with the court of the appraised value of the property, fair market value, and take possession of the property immediately. and then through the continuing eminent domain process, establish what the ultimate compensation is to be paid for that property. But it would be best for this board to engage counsel with that expertise so that those steps, those preliminary steps, can be taken if it needs to go that far. So that would be my recommendation.
I would rather err on the side of legal advice and follow his direction than push the issue. I know we've been having this conversation about acquiring that property for some time, but I don't want to do anything that's going to violate the rights of the property owner. And I want to make sure we are going through the proper procedure.
Mr. Chair, can I suggest perhaps giving, I don't know at this point if there's any way of doing it diplomatically, but giving a deadline of, the end of July.
Appraisal?
For the Tovar property owner to make a decision one way or the other on whether they're willing to really, and she was respectful with this. I'm not trying to be disrespectful here at all. This has been going on for 2 years or longer. And I think, to me, we have to get a firm handle on the timing of this. And that's where, otherwise we're going to be here in December having the same conversation. I think we should set an expectation with the property owner. We need to have a decision by X date, and then we move forward from there.
Well, I'm willing to take that recommendation, maybe as a letter that could be drafted, and ultimately the board supporting to mention that basically there's going to be a deadline for negotiations.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I think that'd be fine. I think that it might be more effective, or it would add to the effectiveness if we did give direction to county council to simultaneously move forward with, looking into the process eminent domain. I think frankly, the threat of eminent domain might push this thing forward. And if we have a deadline or whatever it is, I think that I don't want us to lose another couple months and then decide we want to start looking into eminent domain. So I think we should do everything possible to purchase it the good old-fashioned way. But if that doesn't work, I'd like to at least, in August, get a report back saying, okay, this is where we are and this is what we need to do, eminent domain, if we get to that point. Anyway, that's kind of my thought.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with what Supervisor Gonzalez said as well, as making sure we follow procedure, go through the proper process in order to make sure that we're, giving, obviously it's been 2 years, but giving adequate time, warning, whatever, to the property owner, so that they can, hopefully work with us in a mutual way. But we had asked for 2 weeks, and when was that meeting, Supervisor Kosmicki? Sometime in May, early May-ish, mid-May. Regardless, it's probably been 4, maybe 6 weeks. And so I think, I think if we give a final deadline, final.
Okay,
In
so
any case. Okay, I believe Barbara's on the line and is trying to chime in.
we'll keep her to 5 minutes. Okay.
Barbara, do you have comment? You may be having some technical difficulties. We can't hear you.
Okay. And, I had my thoughts. I'm supportive of writing a letter, just making it as appealing, basically, that we've negotiated in good, we've done goodwill negotiations, and we have to set a deadline because we need to move on and make our decision, right? I don't want it to come off threatening for sure, but ultimately it's just saying where the board is because we want to provide a solution. And if it looks like the board is there to look at the procedures of eminent domain for to give direction to staff. The only other element that I would like to consider is to looking at this as a two-pronged approach, because I think we also have to have a game plan when it comes to the actual, whether it's going to be temporary or permanent. And I know that it's, in certain senses that there's kind of this, it's still going to become permanent, right, the end outcome. But, to a certain extent, playing the state's game, if this creates an opportunity for funding, then maybe we could use that funding for that solution. And what I'm thinking is that I know legally, right, and I don't want to speak for county council, that there's an expectation that we provide a resource, right? There's all these resources, wraparound services, plus an actual place to stay. So let's assume that we did that. Then at that point, maybe we can have some stiffer expectations to say, if you're not willing to choose from all these options, then we're going to give you two other options, and that would be if you're not willing to take these resources, we're going to have to basically take you out of county, and you can make at that point, the only option would be is for you to get, maybe the county would support busing them out of county, whatever that means. The last thing I was thinking too is I don't know if there would be a potential, and maybe Enrique could answer this, for family members to be able to be an option, to be able to provide basically like a custody element, that if they're not willing to leave if they don't want to take the options, then maybe they can go to family members or something. So we're creating all these options, but the option of them just inhabiting our riverbeds or all the areas where is creating issues is no longer going to be an option. Those are my thoughts. Supervisor Dirks?
Okay, I just want to make it clear, since we've been talking about this property, it is a vacant property. There's no existing business or residence on that property, just.
The Tovar building.
Yeah, the Tovar building. So I want to make that really clear to people, and also to.
Oh, yeah.
That idea of wraparound care. It's literally next door to behavioral health and the homeless shelter and workforce development and all of our health and human services that we offer near the Weeby. It's right next door to community pantry. I mean, there's just a lot of resources that are right there, which is why we're all up here having this conversation and willing to kind of go to the wall for it. So I just want that clear to the public.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's fair. I appreciate the clarification. So can we maybe repeat the request just to make sure that we're all on the same page so that we're not getting upset the next time we have a meeting? So it sounds like it's a letter, eminent domain proceedings to look into, have staff, and then also having the options, the program of options to create basically at that point an opportunity for folks to either receive these services and these options, otherwise they will no longer be in our county.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, we got it. So eminent domain, and also the actual, going through the process of trying to purchase it as well. So we'll go through that first. But I just think that having that authority from you to move forward with it, I think is probably, we should start doing that work now. That's just my opinion, just based on historical, the last 2 years or so.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. And Ray, do you think it's realistic that that we have a report back in the first or the latest second meeting in August?
Well, we can at least provide an update. Yeah, that's fair enough. We'll know, we'll have the appraisal, and we'll have, so we can meet.
There will be an official decision whether we take it or we move on, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so
appreciate it.
No other question or comments, then we move on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, we have one more item. We have the grant item.
Oh, yeah, the 2 o'clock item, I apologize. So we have someone on the call on Zoom?
Yes.
Yes.
That's item number 5, so.
Gracie will introduce us, our management analyst, Gracie Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Chairman, respected board members, and members of the public. This item is in regards to the grant writing firm that we have contracted Just a little bit of history on that. Back in 2021, the ad hoc for economic development, prior to it being a committee, had made some recommendations to move forward with a grant writing firm to assist with going after grants that are becoming available. And with the consensus of the entire board, staff went ahead and pursued seeking proposals for grant writing services. And ultimately, we determined to go into contract with California Consulting, the state premier's grant writing firm. So for today's presentation, we're just going to have representatives, Steve Samueli, David Marquez, our project manager, and Dan Rodriguez do a brief presentation and discuss what we've been working and collaborating with them. So with that, I'll hand it off to Steve Samueli.
Thank you, Gracie, very much. My name is Steve Samueli, and I'm the owner and CEO of California Consulting. Mr. Chair, board members, my pleasure and honor to be here to present in front of you this afternoon. And I see Gracie has put up our PowerPoint. Thank you, Gracie. Appreciate that very much. I'd like to introduce David Marquez to say hi. David is our senior project manager, grant writer, and been with us for more than 10 years, I think going on 11 years now. And David does a great job guiding our grant program statewide. In addition to David, we're joined by Dan Rodriguez. Dan's our director of operations. Pleasure to have Dan with us. Dan runs our operations across the state for California Consulting. So Gracie will go through the PowerPoint as rapidly as we can, being respectful of the board's time. A little bit of information about California Consulting, founded in 2004. We're up to actually over 39 team members now. Our grant writing team statewide, we have more than 90 clients. We're the largest grant writing firm in the state and have written more than 1,300 competitive grant applications that have been funded and generated more than $1.6 billion since we opened back almost exactly 19 years ago. So we can go on to the next slide. Thanks. Key personnel, you see we have 3 members of our management team with us, myself, and I introduced earlier Dan Rodriguez, our operations director, and David Marquez, one of our senior grant writers. We can go to the next slide, please. Some information about what we're working on for the county. We tried to make this as brief yet comprehensive as possible. So we're working with your RMA interim director and his team on several applications. We have a meeting coming up on Thursday, a Zoom. Everything's Zoom now, right? We have a Zoom coming up on Thursday to talk about at least 4 applications that are all due in the next 30 to 60 days. And then we've outlined a battle plan moving forward, a path forward with several other applications as well. So we've definitely hit the ground running in a short period of time, and appreciate and want to recognize Gracie for all of her help on your staff, as well as Steve from RMA, your interim RMA director, for really being there for us to answer our calls and respond to our emails and work collaboratively with us. As any top grant writer like David would tell you, grant writing is collaborative. It's definitely a partnership, and we can't get grants funded without the team at the county, and I think the reverse is true as well. Very much a teamwork approach. We can go on to the next slide. A little bit about the grant opportunities that are upcoming. We've never seen this many grant opportunities available. And like I said, we've done this almost 19 years with the Biden infrastructure bill, billions and billions of dollars available. And we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. The first few grants have come out in the Biden infrastructure bill, the Safe Streets for All being the first or second one to come out. And now the big EV infrastructure grant is about to be released. We've been going to the webinars and monitoring that one very closely, and that should be out here in the next 30 days. And there's just a tidal wave of grants after that are part of that infrastructure bill. We sent your CAO's office a 7-page outline of all the different buckets of money, from broadband to streets and roads to EV infrastructure, water. It's quite an extensive list. And that's all in addition. I let our clients know about this almost every day. That's all in addition to the regular grants that we write every year, the ones we've been writing since we opened, the ATPs and HSIPs and EDAs and all our regular grants we write every single year. The Biden infrastructure, Building a Better America plan, that's all new money, new programs, and almost all competitive. It's not per capita. It's not fill out this form, send it in, you automatically get a grant. It's competitive. And we've been listening for the last 40 or 50 minutes here on your Zoom. We heard Home Key mentioned. We write Home Key. We've had several of them funded up and down the state. Those are competitive dollars. Those are the normal course of grants we write every year. The Biden infrastructure bill, that's new money. Those are new grant programs like this Building a Better America, Safe Streets for All. That's a brand new grant. No one's ever written it before. It's never been released. So we're excited as grant writers, as a grant writing company. We're very excited about all of this new money that's become available. We can go to the next slide. Talking more about the grant opportunities, that are out there. There's many. The EDA has been replenished with funding, and there's just more that we're monitoring than we've ever monitored before. A good problem to have, right? It's a good problem to have. We can go to the next slide. There's our contact information. We have offices across the state. We have staff from way up by the Oregon border all the way down to San Diego. So we're definitely statewide in nature. David or Dan, is there anything that you would like to add? I wanted to try to be brief, but give you both an opportunity to chime in if there's anything you'd like to say.
No, I'm good.
Great.
And likewise, again, just a privilege, gentlemen, ladies.
Great. All right, that'll conclude our presentation. We're happy to take any questions from the board.
Before we go to the board, if we could please go to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve and David and others on the call, just a couple questions. First of all, a comment. I noticed under economic development on one of the priorities, you have the technical assistance program going on for SEDS, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but we have the Economic Development Corporation here in our community that is working on SEDS. As we speak, they've hired a consulting firm to work with them, and they've already received, I believe, a grant to get that done. So I just want to make you aware of that's in the works for our county. I know that's very important in order to get EDA money. So that anyway, that's ongoing. When I'm on the RCRC board, and I've brought this up before, but it seems like when we have RCRC board meetings, we spend most of our time talking about grants that are available, particularly broadband grants right now. And I just want to be sure that you are, as part of this process, going to be working closely with the people at RCRC, people like Barbara Hayes, Bob Burris, that specifically are working on broadband and other areas, because I know that they're very well involved in those grants. So I'm sure that that's something that is part of the process. So anyway, I'm just a question there. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could respond to, this is David Marquez. Hello, supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. I did have last week great conversations and discussions, and there's follow-up with Barbara Hayes, initially discussing broadband opportunities, really getting kind of the lay of the land, seeing where RCRC is working on this. Subsequently, I also had a meeting with Bob Burris, and we did talk about the SEDS planning project and the SEDS and other economic development opportunities that may emerge forth. So I do want to let you know that I'll be, having that open dialogue communication with the RCRC and other. I truly understand the importance of the relationship between regional organizations. We always talk about state organizations, but the regional organizations and the local community and their role and their as an asset. So I'll be working, I'd like to think in alignment with the RCRC.
And I just want to say, thanks, David. I want to say thank you to the supervisor for the information regarding the SEDS. SEDS is critical to what we do with EDA. We've written a lot of EDA grants over the years and had a lot of them funded, and SEDS is a key. So thank you for that information. Without a SEDS, we can't do an EDA. So thank you.
I'm excited to have you guys on board, and like you said, it's collaboration with county staff, with RCRC, CSAC, whoever. There's a lot of money out there, and everyone's worried that they're not going to get their share, so I want to get more than our share. So thank you.
I was just going to comment. I wanted to thank them for joining us. Thank them for joining the facility committee, the broadband IT committee, I should say, and working with staff, working with department heads. They have been an integral part of next steps and what the direction was from the board as priority. So they more or less have the marching orders, but we wanted to bring this back to your board to let you know kind of where we stand from a grant perspective and what we're doing in the future. And just want to thank them as well. That was my.
Mr. Chair, yeah, just a quick question. I'm just wondering, just want to make sure the process is sound as far as staff's engagement with, I guess it would be other staff through you to them, sort of the tree, I guess. But that staff, the department heads and other staff members are aware of that we have this grant writer, so that don't be shy about, ideas. And if you see grants that come up that maybe look daunting, maybe for a staff member who's got a ton of work on their desk, that they're able to shift that over. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware throughout the county. And I assume the answer is yes, but I think it probably goes without saying.
Yeah, the answer is yes. So we also have them on contract as well for specific things. We really analyzed the contract or analyzed what work we were potentially going to do with the departments, what kind of input. Because, Health and Human Services, Enrique has grant writers already, so we didn't want to duplicate that work, and we wanted to make the best use of their time, the new grant writers' time. So we really scrutinized what grant writers we actually have out there and not duplicating work. So
great. And I just echo thank you to everyone. Now is the time to do this. If you're ever going to go out and get a professional grant writer, now is the time to do it, and we're doing it. And so I expect a positive outcome out of this, and appreciate everyone that we're all on the same page with this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I appreciate that the county is going out and securing the grant writer, but what is the compensation rate? Is it a flat rate? Is it going to be a compensation per grant that they secure? Because nowhere on the report did I see that figure. So.
It would be on a monthly basis. We are asking them to provide a report of the work that they do throughout the month. But as of right now, it is on a monthly basis, and it's only for a short term, just so that we kind of see the outcome of what the grant writing.
But what is the monthly rate that we're paying?
Monthly rate is, for a monthly retainer, it would be approximately roughly 5,000.
Okay, that would have been nice to have that in the staff report for us. I know last time when we went out to, we secured the lobbyist. She was able to prove her weight in gold in terms of what she brought in, and I'm hoping that the same applies to this situation. But dollar for dollar, we need to, disclose that in the reports. So thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Just thank you for doing this and putting this out there, because I think, like they were saying with the infrastructure bill with Biden, I think there's going to be lots of opportunities, and it might be easy to overlook some or not have the time or resources to do it. So I'm really glad that we're doing this.
Ditto. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So if there's no further comment, then this was just informational. Thank you, Gracie. So now we move on to consent. If there's any items on the agenda that the board would wish to be pulled?
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind going to public comment first, allowing public comment.
To consent, well.
On consent, and then you go to the board, and then the board can
Oh, yes.
potentially pull.
Madam Clerk, if we can go to public comment first, please.
If you would like to provide a public comment for consent agenda, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record.
Elias Salinas, thank you. Item 50 and 52. I would like to know, with regards to Anderson Homes for Santana Ranch Community, this is the community park, but I don't know if this is also a time that I can ask whether Anderson Homes has abided by the complete development agreement before all this is completed, or if this is in favor of the county or not in favor of the county. I'm a little confused on item 50. On item 52, I understand that we're talking about $1.6 million for the sheriff's department, or for the jail and the juvenile jail, for medical services. So this is not services for 24/7. This is only half time. So after hours, there's additional bills accumulated by the county when an inmate after hours is taken to Hazel Hawkins Hospital. So $1.6 million, that's $138,000 a month on medical services. That just seems obscene that we're paying that much money for a small community of Hollister. How many inmates does that equal to? I am really concerned that I believe that we could get a nurse and a doctor with medical malpractice insurance at a significant lower rate than $1.6 million a year. So is it possible? And to get information, when was the last time there was an RFP with regards to this? And why are we continuing to have a contract with this company with such an expensive, high bill? I was just astounded when I was reading this, and especially since it's not for 24 hours. They're only there for maybe like a 12-hour shift, and then from 7 in the evening to 7 in the morning. If something happens, they have to be taken to Hazel Hawkins Hospital. So we're paying a lot more money at the end of the day than just $1.6 million if there's people going to the hospital after hours. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Michael?
Hi, this is Michael Anderson with Anderson Homes regarding the item 50. We just want to thank the county for working with us to open the park, and we're excited to see the community enjoy it. Thank you.
We have no more public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. What is the will of the board on items 10 through 53?
I'll go ahead and start. I'd like to pull item number 20, 24, 35. That's it.
Okay.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Tiffany was going to
yeah,
as well.
I
so,
was,
I am too.
I was gonna pull 24, so that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. That was all I had.
Supervisor Dirks?
Yep. 14, 15. I was also going to pull 20, 26. And hang on. 49 and 50.
Supervisor Cosmic?
yeah, 35 for clarification.
Okay. So if we can get a motion to approve all items except for 20, 24, 35, 14, 15, 26, 49, 50.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. So item number 14 is first. I believe the Supervisor Dirks.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted, let me get to my notes real quick. Okay. I just had a couple questions regarding this. How many children does Seneca Children's Services currently serve in our county?
Up. Wait, what's that? Battery died.
For that one, it just varies every year. It depends on utilization. So if it really depends on how many youth they serve currently, the foster care population. So if there's youth being referred over by CPS, then we will evaluate those youth, and if they need this level of intensive care coordination or intensive home-based services or therapeutic foster care with Seneca, then they would be referred here. It's really a handful of youth, probably a group of, I would say maybe a ballpark 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have an exact number for you, but I think in the county we only have 10 foster care youth that we
Currently?
see. Yeah.
Okay, currently in the county. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get a motion to approve item number 14?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, on to item number 15, Supervisor Dirks.
Yes, thank you. So where are these services being provided by Rebecca's?
I believe Rebecca's main site is in Gilroy, but I think they also provide, well, for TBS, I believe they come to the county, and then the FERS line is just over the phone. It's a family urgent response line that it's like a hotline that families can call to receive services over the phone. And then therapeutic behavioral services, we haven't, I don't think have had any this year.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all my questions.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve item number 15?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Thank you.
On to item number 20, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, I just questioned, how exactly is the county public communication educational plan going to, first of all, what does it entail? And how is it going to be laid out in terms of what is going to be communicated, in what format, and how exactly has this come to be?
I can go ahead and answer that, Mr. Chair, if that if you may.
Supervisor. Cehil Espinoza.
No worries. So,
Please.
Yeah, this particular item obviously was a discussion point today, the 9111 report with regards to the initiatives that are before the board or are before really the community. So this item is to have 2 board members be a part of the education process of what impacts it may have in our with regards to services for county with the initiative. So basically, that's what it is. It's just kind of taking a lead from a board's perspective on messaging to the community.
So is it particular to the 9111 report or just any information that's coming from the board?
No, it's specific to the initiative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I might add, Supervisor Gonzalez, it's also, yeah, it's specific to the initiative education, as we discussed. Obviously, we'll be leaning heavily on the 9111 report as far as education. Also, I might add that Clifford Moss has been brought on board to help with the education process. It's very early on there, but so Supervisor Hernandez and I would be, working with them in terms of getting education out there. So
Yeah. My quick comment, Supervisor Gonzalez, is it's our intent to have a very clear education process for the public to truly understand the impacts of the initiative, right? Just on a factual basis, declare to them what with the help of Clifford Moss and county staff. So this is definitely nonpartisan. The goal is just to make sure that the public understands what they're signing on to if they vote yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't violate spending county time and resources, either pro or con an initiative. And so just as long as you guys are aware that I just wanted, and that's why I was asking for clarification.
Fair enough. And yeah, legal has been involved in the conversations also.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think, I'm sure that as we go forward, there'll be an opportunity to report back to the board as far as what's going on as far as education.
Those are just my questions, that's all.
Perfect.
I'll move to approve.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's a no?
I said aye.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Okay, 5-0, just wanted to clarify. Item number 24, B and Bob.
Yes. The reason I asked for this one is I did see the total cost was $50,000, and I appreciate the fact that there's the offer to waive the first towing. But what's that going to cost to the residents in terms of individual tow fees?
So these are for usually larger vehicles that are tagged and aren't moved. So,
quote unquote abandoned. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess it depends on the type of vehicle and how big it is. But are you asking for a range per tow on vehicle?
Yes.
So I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but it ranges from a minimum of, let's just say, it was like no more than like 3,500, I believe, but I don't have that in front of me. But it would be an hourly rate to tow. There's a cost for lien and a daily storage fee. So it really depends.
Just a moment. And then the cost could add up considerably for the owner of this vehicle. And if they call that their home, their place of abode, their home, ostensibly they couldn't get it back because they wouldn't have the finances to pay for the tow plus the hourly rate plus the daily fees. So in essence, if it's towed a second time, because the first time they're going to be waived, the second time then they would in essence lose their entire livelihood.
According to the drafted policy, yeah, that's what's in there.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, and let me just say, so in my prior life, Tiffany Motor Company had a towing company, so I'm somewhat familiar with this. First of all, I'm totally on board with the idea of having a towing service available for situations where, like abandoned vehicles, in other situations like that. And it's true that towing companies generally don't want to tow abandoned vehicles. Because what happens is they're abandoned, and so no one's going to claim them. You can run a lien, which means then you can sell it, but often the amount you're going to get from the sale doesn't cover, frankly, your costs. So it's not a great profit situation for a towing company to oftentimes tow, those kind of vehicles. The concern I've got here, above and beyond that, is that what happens is that the way I read this agreement is that the counties are going to be responsible for paying the bill over and above what the vehicle owner doesn't pay. So first of all, if it's towed in, and Supervisor Gonzalez is right, if it's towed in, someone who's living there, a homeless person, by definition, they're not going to have the money to pay for to get their vehicle back. It's and if you look at the fees, the towing is a fairly minor one. What really adds up are the storage fees. Okay, so we're looking at, it says the contract reads a minimum of 15 days, 60 to a maximum of 60 days. So let's say we're talking about 60 days, $100 per day. That's $6,000. Okay, and so there's two problems. One is that, as Supervisor Gonzalez said, it's, what it's going to mean is that these people are going to lose their home, and then they're going to be on the streets, which is going to just exacerbate the homeless situation, in my mind. The second problem is for the county, because the county is making a commitment to the tow company that they're making up the difference. I can tell you, when we had the tow business, when an insurance company was involved, it was great, because the insurance company would always pay all the bills. So if you don't have an insurance company or someone like the county to pay the difference, then what happens is the tow companies have to negotiate. That $100 per day may get negotiated down to $30 a day. So, but if the county under the contract is going to make up the whole difference, then there's no incentive to the tow company to negotiate with the owner. And so then, in 6,000, $6,000 for every tow, that 50,000 could be eaten up really quick. So anyway, I don't know what the answer is here. I just know that when I read this contract, it presents a lot of potential problems for the county, as well as it may not solve our problem in terms of the homeless situation. It may just make things worse. The same time, I see the need, and I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki, that we can't just ignore the situation. And I don't have a good answer, but I know from experience that there's some problems here. Anyway.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, so for me, at least in the immediate, and maybe I'm not seeing the picture in my head of the entire community, but San Juan Hollister Road comes to mind. Obviously, we've been trying to address that. And the riverbed comes to mind as kind of the two primary areas of concern where people have tended to congregate in the last year or two. And if there are others that I'm not thinking of, please correct me. But for me, the goal is to get them off of these properties and to dissuade people from parking long-term in a specific location. And my hope, at least, is that by towing the vehicles and the county pays for it, that would act as enough of a deterrent for these folks not to repeat their behavior over and over again. And we're only talking about, right now on San Juan Hollister Road, thankfully, because, Larry Willis and our county have cooperated to address it. There's basically a few vehicles out there now, maybe 4 or something like that. And then the riverbed, I haven't looked down there lately, but I know they'd started to sort of drive down there in that area, and I think there were a couple vehicles down there, and there are probably some more down, because I don't go hiking in the river every day. There's probably some down farther, I've understood or heard as well. But I kind of feel like it's a minimal enough number where we just pay for it. And if we do it as an up to $50,000 amount, we can reassess when that time comes, if need be, if we somehow exceed the $50,000, which is coming from outside funding, as far as I'm understanding. So it's not a general fund hit. But that's kind of the way I envision getting around the concern about, because I agree, we're not solving the issue if we're taking their home away from them. We're actually making it worse. So that's just my thought. I don't know if staff has thoughts on what, sort of they envision on projections on what that might mean if we just, my hope is that you get towed once, and I've never had to do this, so I don't know the mental part of it, but you get towed once, you don't want to go through that again. It's probably semi-traumatic, and hopefully that's enough of a deterrent to not have to go through it over and over again. I don't know though. I'm not a psychiatrist. So that's kind of just my thought to put it out there. Thank you.
Yeah, if you're done, Supervisor Kozmicki, my thoughts is there's a lot of layers to what it means to address homelessness, and towing, to a certain extent, moving folks along is part of the element, and their property, their vehicle. Maybe there could be a preventative element to this process where we make sure, which I would imagine there is, right? It's not just you automatically get towed. Maybe you get a foreseeable warning, puts them in a position to have to consider if they're willing to give up their property, right? So there could be an amendable element to it. But to me, at the end of the day, you really can't address the completeness of homelessness if you don't address kind of the stationary elements that I think are building and creating more problems. So, I don't want anybody to lose their vehicle or technically their home. But yeah, there's got to be, it's not the perfect model, but I firmly believe it's like a business. You start off very clunky. You eventually build it out and clean it up and make it better. And maybe with the help of Enrique, we could make it to where it's not as hard hit, and maybe it creates an opportunity for dialogue to address the issue without having to go down that road. But at the end of the day, doing nothing is by default, I think, more negative than voting on this and supporting it. Those are my honest thoughts. So,
excuse me, Mr. Chair. One thought is that, because ultimately, as I said in the beginning, the likelihood of the property owner, the vehicle owner, paying any of this is probably almost nil. So it really, as Supervisor Kozmicki said, it's going to be on the county to pay this, one way or another. I would feel a lot more comfortable about this. I know the way it's set up and written is that first time the vehicle is towed, the fee is waived. But maybe we need to make sure there's flexibility in there so that it's more than just the first time. And the other thing is from the county standpoint, it really doesn't do any good to have this vehicle towed in and then sit in storage for weeks, because it just is going to cost the county more and more money. The property owner is not going to end up having the money anyway, and the longer it sits, the less likely. So maybe the towing will be a deterrent, like Supervisor Kozmicki said. Maybe it will take, first time, a second time, maybe. But I just think we should be thinking about this, because to just tow it in, and let's say it's the second time around, and so then the fee is not waived, and then it just sits there for 60 days, and then there's this huge bill. The county ends up paying it. The homeless person loses their home. I don't think we've solved anything in that scenario. I think we're better off using it as a means to hopefully change their behavior. I would agree with that. But I can't be in favor of just taking away their vehicle permanently and then it costing the county a bunch of money. So anyway.
Supervisor Dirks?
I appreciate the sentiment in trying to address the situation that is obviously multi-layered and very difficult, as we've been doing this for many years. And so I appreciate that piece of it. I fully understand what Supervisor Tiffany is saying as well about the cost that this could have to the county, and I certainly don't want a homeless person to wind up losing their home and exacerbating the situation. As what's already been said, I would feel more comfortable with this if we did it after we have a solution in place for them to go and park, or an encampment of some kind. I feel like, in my opinion, it's a little bit of putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. And so those are some of my thoughts, but I'd really like to hear from Enrique. This is the population that you deal with all the time. I mean, what is your thought about it? Is that okay? Yeah.
Supervisor Dirks, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Well, some other counties and other organizations have other forms of safe parking where they coordinate and partner with, let's say, churches where they have parking overnight. So in that example, if we ever wanted to have like an interim plan before we actually have something a little bit more longer term for safe parking, that can be an option, but that would need to be coordinated with organization that has empty spaces at night, which can be used for such purposes. So that can potentially be an answer that we could pursue.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I was just going to say that was really the earlier presentation, and this one are almost kind of hand in hand in some regards, and why we were hoping to get some direction from the board on maybe a safe parking location using one of our properties that we have to be able to either just have them move over or have it as a storage location as well, so the costs do not rise astronomically and they still have the vehicle after. So obviously we didn't go in that direction, but we're going to really work hard on the Tovar building and try to address the route there, and then we'll come back to you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And I think and I agree, in hindsight, these should have just been one item, because that context was missing about a safe parking area that doesn't include the list of things that showers and all that, and the thousands of tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So again, I'll go back to that point. I'd be willing to talk about a safe, at least in the interim, a safe parking area that is something that's less involved, where they literally, we're storing vehicles there. And I don't necessarily think there's going to be an uproar from community members over that, as opposed to creating an outdoor homeless shelter.
Because it would just be storing the vehicle.
If we're talking about just storing the vehicle, I'd be willing to give direction right now on that and say, find a place, let's store the vehicles. We're talking about a handful of vehicles here. If we can fence it off, and use that as a mechanism to get us to our next step. Because I really feel terrible for the people on, again, I know this is my district, but the people on San Juan Hollister Road they've been living in a homeless encampment for the last, several months. So
You're talking about your residents?
What's that?
You're talking about your residents?
Yeah. And Larry Willis in particular. I mean, to go another 2 months, 3 months before we even come back to this, to me would be a travesty for the people that are relying on us to solve this issue. And so I would really compel this board to move forward with some sort of a tow arrangement today, and whether that means having an area for storage only, I'd be willing to support that.
I'll be willing to second that.
One quick thing. I think we kind of bypassed, though, what Enrique was talking about as far as safe parking. That's also interesting to me, too. I mean, is there any desire to have us try to coordinate?
What Enrique said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Enrique, interim, what we're talking about, eventually, which the safe parking is going to require grant funding, right? So there's a bigger, longer process for that, because then you're talking about other things from bathrooms and everything else.
Yeah, the initial option did include kind of an array of services from basic needs to staffing for different types of services. So yeah, that is a little more comprehensive. A different type of safe parking can just be an area that's designated for that without any services. It could be either 24/7 or just overnight, so it really depends on your preference.
So we could have, instead of, and I don't see it anymore, so it must have gotten cleaned up, but there were, campers parked along by the McDonald's near my district. I think it's actually B's district, but in any case, and so they were there for a long time. I don't see them there very much, but if we were to pursue looking into talking to churches or any kind of facility that has open parking and say from this time to this time, you can park your vehicle here, then at least there's overnight parking and then they have to move along after that.
Well, and that's with just their vehicle, right? Because otherwise it's possible liability if they're staying there in the vehicle.
Well, how do they do it in Monterey County?
I didn't get to that level of detail. We could always do some follow-up and ask. I'm assuming there's a level of liability certificate that will need to be obtained, so, but I'm not 100%. We confer also with county council.
When you have beds, right? So even if you have their vehicle stored somewhere, they can still have a place to stay.
If I can,
Barbara's online.
If I could add in a little bit of information, I think the board it raises a good point, because I know that at least one of the vehicles on Buena Vista Road indicated that they would move, whether they follow through on that or not, if they had a place that was designated to park. So if we did have a designated parking area, even if it wasn't huge, even if it wasn't a large safe camping area, but just right now for a few vehicles to park that they could be located at, that might help alleviate the situation. We do have in one sense, having a safe camping area or safe parking area, or at least a designated parking area where they can go, that would mean them going with their vehicles to a designated area in the county that we wouldn't be enforcing. No, like we would tell them, you can go into this area. When you actually remove them from their vehicle and like you basically tow the vehicle to a designated area, for example, instead of it to a yard, then there's additional requirements as far as safekeeping and phone numbers that have to be available to the person, et cetera. There's more rules if you tow the vehicle to a storage yard than if they voluntarily place it in a storage yard. So that's another way to approach it too. If they wanted to place it in a storage yard, then the county could also find some place to make that available. So there's a couple different options.
A little bit.
Please let me know if you have any other questions.
No.
Yes, hard to hear.
Yeah, it was tough. So I would support Supervisor Kozmicki's motion, tasks county staff with finding a storage location, and then, obviously they would have services available for them. So I firmly believe moving in no direction is going backwards. It's not solving the problem, it's ignoring it, which you can't assume to solve the problem if you don't walk into it and figure it out. So my honest belief is that we should move forward with this and just maybe amend it to ask for storage, finding a storage location.
I just have a point of order. That was item number 8 that we took no action on, and I understand the two are related, and it's a matter of putting the agenda together. But this item in front of us is item number 24, simply to approve a vehicle abatement and towing services with MG Transportation. It's not necessarily to look for safe harbor parking.
No, but.
So, I understand they're related, but this item was pulled specifically, I pulled it to not approve the contract.
Yeah, well, it still can be amendable. So what is the will of the board?
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I would just argue that finding a place.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, one second. Finding a place, we're talking about towing, and the vehicles naturally have to go somewhere. So, they are interrelated, and I don't necessarily think, we're not necessarily talking about the same issue, because what we talked about in item number 8 was having what I just called an outdoor homeless shelter, which is much different than having an area where you can simply store vehicles. And I think that
was within the context of the towing contract.
And where do the vehicles go when you tow them? And there's clearly a natural nexus there between those two issues. So anyhow, I would support directing staff under their up to $50,000 to go back to the tow company, work out whatever details they have to work out as far as, does this change the pricing, et cetera, and just do our best to set up an arrangement where the vehicles are, we're talking about a handful of vehicles maybe here that are towed. If people don't want to move, and we give them a clear warning that we're going to be moving forward on this, and the code enforcement or sheriff will have to be involved, that we're going to move your vehicles for storage. You can pick it up when you're at whatever X, Y, and Z time, and we have somebody meet them there to get the vehicle, and they go off on their way. Is that this kind of the same
I'll second that.
as direction?
Yeah, so it's amending the current one to just basically replace the storage location, basically the contract itself to come up with a solution for storage.
I know Tiffany wants to come in, but real quick to add on, either the church situation, I know I'm almost anticipating what my colleague Supervisor Tiffany, I don't think we should mess around with the Flynn Road. There's a couple of these areas, the businesses all came out with, opposition to the airport in particular. If Buena Vista Road is the most logical location, then I would be fine supporting that.
Is Buena Vista's, does it change in the redistricting?
It's now in,
It's now in District 2.
now in
Yeah.
District 2.
Yeah, so, well,
With putting aside Buena Vista Road or Flynn Road, what I was going to say is I could not, and maybe I'm not with the majority, I couldn't support approving this contract as currently written. I just think there's too many issues with it. I would be okay with approving us moving forward with some kind of a tow contract for abandoned vehicles. Because at least, we're not dealing with people that are actually in the vehicles. And then, coming back with an approach that, where maybe we have someplace where these towed vehicles where people are actually using for their home, there's a place for them to go. But I couldn't approve this I wouldn't vote for approving the contract as currently written because there's just too many issues with it the way it is right now. Anyway, thank you.
I would concur.
And to just clarify, so what about San Juan Hollister Road where people live in the vehicles, but they live on a street, they're on the street? And that's basically what we were trying to address here. I mean, the abandoned vehicle thing, I don't even know what is that even going to solve? Because there might be a couple vehicles in the riverbed.
No, yeah, I understand. It may not.
It's just
it
abandoned.
It may not solve the problem.
it by default means we should just kill the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, and I understand the frustration, but going to Supervisor Dirks' point a bit here, we're potentially close to trying to hopefully solve this problem with the Tovar property, and then potentially there's a place where these vehicles could go. Again, I'm just really worried about, I wouldn't feel comfortable voting for a contract that says that after the first time they get a pass, but after that, we're impounding their vehicle and they're going to lose their home is what's going to happen.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, I thought we've already moved away from that. I thought, my understanding is we're talking about something different. The contract, and it's up to $50,000 authority, so we don't have to have
Find a
another
storage
meeting.
location.
We can give the
Yeah.
CAO direction here to delete that contract, take it off the table, go back to the towing company, work out something that is more amenable to what we're talking about, that's, we're not
they don't.
charging them or taking
So
their
they don't
homes.
lose their home.
And then having a temporary location where people can go pick up the vehicle once it's towed. It's all about getting them off of these places
Okay.
that they've been living for.
It's an interim
4 or 5 months.
Like Enrique said, it's temporary, safe parking.
Yeah. If I don't know if there's anything to vote for, I would be in support of that direction.
So I guess procedurally, CAO Espinoza, we bring this item back as an amended item. Maybe you have a storage location solution working with the tow company.
And then we have Rosa Marata that has that area that's paved. I mean, it's a long rectangular shape. There's two buildings in the corner, and there's pavement. So if we're looking
I
for.
think we're asking
Yeah.
for trouble with the residential community, personally.
And I just think also too, there's a reason why there's no one there right now. There's structural issues with that area as far as water and.
No, I just meant for the tow facility, for the storage, if that's what we're talking about. Because I don't know what we're talking about at this point.
And then, but that was a liability issue. I mean, if we ever get rain again, perhaps,
It might flood.
It might flood. That's the problem. Yeah.
Oh, I'll believe when I see it, yeah.
So, to clear the air, can we bring back this item as an amended
bring it
item?
back.
Yeah.
I think in light of it being such a
Yeah,
touchy
we're
subject,
all
I
over
would
the
rather
place.
the board approve it. I think it's, I mean, $50,000 and less, we could probably deal with it, but there's been so many different lines of thought and reasoning with the contract, I would rather it be a board directive. I know that probably doesn't help Supervisor Kosmicki
I mean, yeah,
too
we're
much.
talking about August at this point then, and
Yeah.
I'm just, I don't know, can we have a quick Zoom at some point
We're kicking
soon?
the can down the road again.
You give me direction, we'll move forward with what's provided. I just don't want to.
Is there a consensus for what I said, though? And that's what I'm wondering.
Well, I think the board has
tow
to-
company. I thought I heard
For a
three, at
county
least
storage
three.
location that isn't going to impound and take away the property, but it's going to be a holding place for the homeowner or the property owner.
I would be okay with
All right.
that, as long as it's clear.
All right, then, and if it's within my guidance,
As long as
we'll
it's
we'll
clear
work
they're
on
not
it.
losing
Do a
their
quick
home.
Zoom meeting. And
No, you don't need to do that. I mean, I
bring it back.
I got direction. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Right.
So there's no vote on this item. It'll be coming back. So
Hold on.
Huh?
It'll be coming back or not coming back? I guess within my guidance, well,
Oh, you're just gonna.
just gonna take care of it. And I think by the censuses, if we use Buena Vista property, that's okay with the board?
Okay.
Yes,
With that?
for me.
Okay. Well, I just didn't know if we had
Supervisor
approved that.
Kosmicki's district,
Fenced,
fenced off.
fenced off.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks.
We got direction. Item number
I
20.
can't speak. Can anybody hear me? Okay. Hello?
Already made a decision, Barbara.
Well, I can work with Ray about the requirements, but if the county is towing the vehicle and storing it, there's going to be specific requirements about where it can be stored, which may or may not allow the Buena Vista property to be used for that purposes, because I believe it has to be fenced. But I'll work with him just to let the board know that.
Okay. Thank you. Item number 26 on consent. That's Supervisor Dirks.
Yep, thank you. I just wanted to mainly, I know Barbara called and talked to me about it this morning. We talked a little bit, but I wanted to pull it because I'd actually like to, and I don't know if I'm allowed to do this right here, but I'd like to get a list of all the contracts outside contracts that we have with legal, and take a look at that and how much money we're spending on each of those outside contracts at some point. So she did go over this piece of it with me, but that is something that I'd like to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she can get you that. So
Yeah.
you say you're not going to vote on this until you get that?
No, I'll go ahead and vote on it, but yeah,
Okay.
that it's a concern that I have.
If we can all get that, that'd be great, yeah,
Yep.
so we can all have that
Mr. Chair.
information.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I share the concern.
Sounds good.
Yes, I'm happy to provide that. I can get that to you.
On item 26 then?
I motion to approve.
Second.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item 35, Supervisor Gonzalez and Kosmicki.
Yes, I pull this one just to say thank you for revising the bylaws. They were old and antiquated and ambiguous, and just for the record, I'm glad that they have been revised. No objection, just
Thank you,
wanted to make that
Supervisor
comment.
Gonzalez.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just want, for the public's sake, to clarify what the revisions, primarily what we're talking about here as far as where we went to where we're going. I know Supervisor Gonzalez was kind of in the middle of this whole firestorm. So it would just be helpful, I think, for the public and for CAB and everybody, just what exactly are we talking about here as far as the primary changes that are being made to the bylaws?
Thank you for your question. One of the major changes is on the low-income representative. In the old bylaws, any individual that resides within the district can be a CAB member representing their district. The change is now is low-income persons must either be living in poverty, that was not the case before, in poverty, or be from an organization that represents the low-income group. So the part of the goal of the Community Action Board is to ensure that those elected as low-income representatives do in fact represent, be low-income themselves, or represent, or from a group that represents the low-income community. So that will ensure, in the eyes of the Community Action Board, that they represent the community of low income. So that was a major change, and then there's some other changes, that added like low income persons instead of just low income representatives, and other minor things. But that was a major change to the bylaws.
And I thought that was it just the terminology that was being used? Because I thought that was the intent of the prior.
No, it actually arose, and I'm going to probably share more information than you need to know, but there were some irregularities that happened with an election process. And so I called question to see if that was valid. And so the end results here are that the person who's going to be representing the board is going to be a member of the class of people that represents and that voice and that perspective. And so I wholeheartedly agree that with the particulars, but there were some irregularities that had happened, and I raised questions about the irregularities. And so the bylaws were updated and reflected more an accurate reflection of whoever's sitting in that position.
And I thought, and if we're okay going back and forth there, I thought that what I had heard through the grapevine was that you wanted a particular CAB member, and somebody else applied, and then they had this vote and everybody got to vote in the audience, I guess, was kind of the, I don't know.
There were just some improprieties from where I had seen. It didn't seem like it followed the procedure per se. And this was all from Zoom, so I couldn't see physically what was happening.
But that person who was elected I'm gathering, wasn't from the low income?
I didn't know that person.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't
Okay.
someone who I had put forward. And I had put someone forward, and then there was all of a sudden competition and somebody else, and then there was an election, and my appointment wasn't even my appointment. So there was miscommunication somehow through the clerk, the Community Action Board, through me, through my appointments. And so just suffices to say, the updating of the bylaws, it will cure a lot of that. Yeah.
Okay, are we anticipating any issues by changing the bylaws, or any changes that have to be made? Is anyone gonna have to be taken off of a board, or?
No,
I just
I
wanna make
think
sure there's a full understanding here.
The revised bylaws are actually clearer, they're cleaner.
Okay.
Something else that I forgot to mention is before, the bylaws did not specify a voting age. These do, 18 and over. So that just is another change.
Can't bring all your kids and grandkids to vote
Yeah.
for you?
Yeah, some other thing just to note, that representatives of the poor are elected by residents within their district. So the Board of Supervisor representative is only for the other two representations, which is the public representation and the Board of Supervisor representative.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Kosmicki, to your question, yes, children had voted in that election. Yes. As I say, improprieties.
Can I get a motion, please, on item number 35?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0, aye. Okay, on to item number 49, Supervisor Dirks.
Thank you. I just wanted it to be clear. I have CSA 50, and this is the water contract, and so I just wanted it to be on the record that they really do want this to go out to RFP, and I think there was the expectation that it would have, and so now maybe it's just taken longer, and so it will be done by December. Yep. Okay. Just checking. Okay, great. And I know they want to be involved in the process. I don't know about the other CSAs, and I think they've made that clear as well.
They do. So they will have some input oversight, but minimal for our.
Right, of course.
But yeah,
Okay.
You bet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion, Supervisor Dirks?
I motion to approve as recommended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Item number 50, Supervisor Dirks.
Thank you. I really just wanted to pull this. I know that Steve has talked about it, and that Michael Anderson from Anderson Homes talked about it, but I just really want to let people know this is going to be done like early, mid-ish July. And so, and I really tried to kind of push, and I appreciate everyone making this happen kind of in the 11th hour so that our community could enjoy it over the summer, because it did get deeded over to the county, and so we'll have a little opening for it, and I think it'll be great. So
do we
and
have a date? Do we have a date yet?
I
Said mid-July, I believe.
July 12th-ish, 13th-ish.
So we have some final striping scheduled for July 12th, correct? So a few days after that, hopefully.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll keep you updated. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just appreciate, because it did take joint effort between Anderson Homes and the county in order to make this happen in a timely manner for our community. So I appreciate the extra effort that got put into that. So I just want to thank everyone involved in that process.
Thank you, Supervisor Dirks. Supervisor Kozmicki.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm going to take my soon-to-be 14-year-old and 1-year-old there, and hopefully they have some baby play equipment, and I'll come back
Awesome.
with a review in August.
Awesome. Can I get a motion to approve item 50, please?
Motion to approve as recommended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. So thank you very much, everybody. It looks like we're going to go into a 1 month off. Don't have too much fun, but yeah, enjoy the Independence Day weekend coming up. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Have a good evening, everybody.
All right.